A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Since the body of Oliver Wilson was found hanging backstage at the Hamilton Theater in New York, where Larry is starring in a play, everyone who was acquainted with this troublesome young man has been under suspicion. Although Sergeant Riley of the Homicide Division allowed them a few needed hours of rest, he has warned one and all that they must be available for questioning at any time. And right now, early afternoon of the next day, we find Rupert Barlow, wealthy backer of Larry's play, sitting in an uncarpeted room across a scarred oak desk from Sergeant Riley. At one end of the desk is a police stenographer with pad and pencil poised for action. And we hear...
Well, Sergeant, I came in from Long Island just as soon as I could after you called me. Have you reached any important conclusions about the murder yet?
Mr. Barlow, I make it a practice not to reach conclusions until all the background's fitted in.
Oh, I see. You must be a very thorough man.
Crime of murder can't be handled casually. Suspicion must be arrived at after thorough investigation.
I agree.
It's a function of the Homicide Division to locate people who've committed crimes. After that, the suspect is turned over to the criminal courts for trial.
Why, yes, this is a very interesting discussion on jurisprudence, Sergeant Riley. But I'm wondering what it has to do with me.
You asked me whether I'd reached any conclusion.
Oh, in that case, permit me to retract the question.
The fact is, Mr. Barlow, there aren't too many conclusions that present themselves in this case. Nearly everyone present last night might be said to be under suspicion.
Not quite everyone, Sergeant Riley.
No? And whom do you believe to be above suspicion?
Mrs. Noble. She couldn't, by the greatest stretch of the imagination, be involved.
No, huh?
No. And considering the hardship she's faced these past months, even before last night, I hope you'll find it possible to be as easy as you can with her.
What do you mean by hardships before last night?
Well, I'd prefer not to say any more.
Nonsense, man. This is a murder case. This is no time for holding anything back.
But I'm sure it's not valuable as evidence.
Let me be the judge of that, Mr. Barlow. You made a statement. I want to know what you meant by it.
Very well, Sergeant. But please understand that this is very much against my wish.
Please go ahead.
It's a private matter between Mrs. Noble and her husband.
What's the nature of the trouble?
Well, Mrs. Noble would hate to have me say anything about it.
Well, that's neither here nor there. Will you please continue?
All right, since you insist. Mrs. Noble has done everything she could to put on a cheerful face to the world, although her heart has been near the breaking point. Ever since she learned of the attachment of her husband, Larry Noble, for Claudia Vincent, it's been all she could do to bear up under the strain.
What about this romantic attachment, Mr. Barlow? Tell me something about the facts,
Well, I'm a close friend of the Noble, Sergeant Riley.
Yes?
I've invested considerable money in this play starring Larry Noble, and I've had plenty of opportunity to observe his actions. Let me say before I continue that I have on several occasions attempted to take the man to task for his unprincipled behavior. But he failed to pay any attention whatsoever.
So you feel, do you, that because Larry Noble has succeeded in placing Claudia Vincent in his play, that such an act constitutes a moral crime?
Hardly, Sergeant Riley. If it were just a matter of helping an actress to get a break, I wouldn't even mention it. But there's more to this than you may realize.
I'm counting on your explanation to set me straight.
Larry Noble fell madly in love with Claudia Vincent the first day he met her.
Huh? Where was that?
At my house on Long Island. Claudia Vincent, I must explain, is an adventuress, pure and simple. She's done her best to involve me in various kinds of blackmail threats.
Have you reported these matters to the authorities?
No, that wasn't necessary. I felt equal to managing the matter myself. And I was. Until the day the Nobles drove over and met Claudia. On that afternoon, Mrs. Noble saved my life by pushing Claudia off balance when she attempted to shoot me.
Now, wait a minute.
I realize this sounds melodramatic, Sergeant Riley, but it's perfectly true. And right after that, Larry Noble stepped in and insisted that Claudia Vincent was not at fault. He forced his wife to allow her to stay with them in their small home in Rosehaven, Long Island. As I say, Claudia moved in and stayed there for weeks. The most unwelcome guest you can imagine. Now, doesn't that indicate the extent of Larry Noble's interest in her?
Strange situation, all right.
Claudia evidently made her acceptance of Larry's ardor contingent on his getting her a role in a big Broadway play.
Is this Claudia Vincent, a well-known actress? I don't recall the name, Mr. Barlow.
She isn't an actress at all. Yet Larry Noble was so deeply infatuated with her that he badgered his producer, Harold Ramsey, to put Claudia in the lead opposite him. She opened the night Oliver Wilson was murdered. And let me say she was a hopeless washout in the part.
Strange. Strange. You'd think the producer of a play would refuse to have his play monkeyed with.
You'd think so. But nevertheless, Larry Noble succeeded. I can only offer as explanation the probability that Ramsey realized Larry was so deeply involved that he'd be worthless in the play if he couldn't have Claudia with him. You can ask Ramsey whether this is true.
Thanks, I mean to. Go on, Mr. Barlow.
Sergeant, this has just been background. What I'm about to say is going to be more difficult.
You've been doing all right so far.
You see, all the time Larry was working like mad to give Claudia what she wanted. She was double-crossing him. Somehow she got the idea that this young Oliver Wilson was very rich, so she played up to him, behind Larry's back. Now, you know the rest. The day before the opening, Oliver and Claudia ran away and got married. Claudia was late to the final rehearsal, and Larry was wild.
Yes, I can easily understand that.
Then after he learned that Claudia had eloped with young Wilson, he must have lost his head. You can scarcely blame him when you think of what he sacrificed for her.
In other words, Mr. Barlow, you're suggesting that it was Larry Noble who pulled this Wilson up to the wings with a rope around his neck, hmm?
Well, I wouldn't think of making any charge, Sergeant Riley. I'm just giving you some facts as I know them.
Yeah, it is, of course. I see. Well, suppose you wait outside a minute, Mr. Barlow. I'd like to look over these notes.
Certainly, Sergeant. I'm entirely at your service.
Larry and Mary Noble have also come into New York at Sergeant Riley's request. They're waiting to be called to his office. Meantime, we find them in the office of Harold Ramsey, the producer of Larry's play. And we hear...
You should have been in touch with me when you first found out about the murder, Larry.
It came as such a shock, Harold, that we didn't think about you. Besides, I don't know quite what you could have done about it. The man was already dead.
I'm not thinking about the dead man. From all I gather, he's no great loss to the world. I'm thinking about the play.
Mr. Ramsey, what effect do you think all this will have on the play?
I don't see how we can keep it going, Mrs. Noble. Even if the police don't clamp down on us and make an arrest of someone in our cast, the fact remains that you'll all have to be free for questioning until the matter's cleared up.
Yes, I suppose that's true. But it's possible that Sergeant Riley will find out who killed Oliver Wilson, and then it can all be settled in a short time.
I wouldn't count on that, Mary. These things usually take time.
Exactly. And time is just what we can't afford. Larry, it was the greatest mistake to ever talk me into putting Claudia Benson into this play.
Yes, so I've been told. So far, everyone has mentioned it to me. Practically all the time, Harold.
It's true just the same, Larry. She's the cause of all this trouble.
The thing that startled me was to find out that Claudia Vincent and Oliver Wilson had run away to get married.
Mrs. Noble, that just shows you what kind of a sense of responsibility she has. We were looking all over New York for her. When she finally showed up for the last important rehearsal, what was her excuse?
She said she'd had an attack of nerves.
Nerves. Nerves indeed. And all the time she was driving about the country with this young whippersnapper, not giving the play a thought.
Oh, it was a dreadful thing to do. Particularly since she knew that Julia Dixon, Rupert Barlow's secretary, was interested in Oliver Wilson at the time.
Women like Claudia Benson don't have any feeling for anyone except themselves. Larry, I wish I'd put my foot down when you suggested her for the part.
So do I, Harold. If you had, then I wouldn't have to hear you blame me for everything. I'd be able to talk to someone without having them ask me how I could have been such a blasted fool as to get into this mess.
Larry, you certainly can't be held responsible for what Claudia did. It isn't fair. After all, you didn't know that she'd turn out this way.
I'd like to shake that woman until her teeth rattle. She's going to ruin our play.
What about tonight, Mr. Ramsey? Will Claudia go on and play the lead opposite Larry?
If she can manage it, I'll let her blunder through the part. That is, if she isn't arrested for murder in the meantime.
Both Mary and Larry are anxious to be as tactful as possible in the presence of Harold Ramsey, the play's producer, knowing what an angry mood he is in. And still they wonder just what will happen to them, how it will all end. Well, be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
Allied base in New Guinea. Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, the Command Theater of the Air, starring Mr. Ronald Colman and his guests for tonight, Loretta Young and Edna Best. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. And here is your host, Mr. Ronald Colman.
Thank you and good evening. Well, to begin with, I haven't forgotten Elvira. I remember her very distinctly indeed. I remember how fascinating she was and how maddening. I remember her physical attractiveness, which was tremendous, and her spiritual integrity, which was nil. I beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting ahead of myself. That is part of our story. Tonight, Loretta Young and Edna Best join me in presenting the radio premiere of Noel Coward's gay comedy, Blithe Spirit. Later, if luck is with us, we will talk by shortwave with 2 American soldiers at a base in New Guinea. It is to them and to all the members of the armed forces that we dedicate this global half hour.
No 3 on a match, they said in the last war, but in this present struggle, it's no matches at all. The slightest flash of light is enough for that enemy sniper or that bomber overhead. Yes, war calls for extremely careful lighting, the elimination of glare. This includes headlights for supply trucks, combat cars, and tanks, as well as matches. And that's where the men and women of Autolite, peacetime builders of headlights for cars and trucks, have helped supply the answer. They build blackout lamps that give light without glare, that are shielded from enemy observers above, and yet afford enough visibility to permit careful night driving and avoid accidents. Yes, in helping keep the enemy in the dark, Autolite is contributing to the safety of our soldiers as they convoy supplies to the firing line. The building of such blackout lamps for fighting vehicles is another reason the name Autolite means precision manufacturing. The play, Noel Coward's comedy, Blithe Spirit. The scene, the home of Charles Kent and his second wife, Ruth. The time, evening.
Edith.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember when Madame Arcati gets here, Mr. Kent and I don't want to be disturbed.
Yes, ma'am.
Any sign of the great mystic yet?
No, Charles.
Well, if tonight's session with this wonderful medium is a success, I shall start on the first draft of my new book tomorrow.
Charles.
Mm-hmm.
About your work.
Huh?
Do you ever wish that you had Elvira as a wife to help you instead of me?
Now, what a question.
But you always said she helped you with your writing.
My dear Ruth, I was devoted to Elvira. We were married for 5 years. She died. I missed her very much. That was 7 years ago. I have now, with your help, my love, risen above the whole thing.
Oh.
That's probably Madame Arcati.
Well, I still don't understand what you're going to get from her for your book.
Well, it's been many years since I went to a seance. I want to refresh my memory.
Madame Arcati to see you.
Hello. These are the Kents, I believe. The dear Kents.
Yes, I am dear Charles Kent, and this is my wife.
Madame Arcati, how nice of you to come all this way. A seance at the home of a great novelist. Oh, you lovely, lovely people.
Yes, indeed.
Well, to work. Shall we begin our little seance? Now then, let me see. I presume that is the phonograph, eh?
Yes, would you like
Oh,
me
no,
to...
please stay where you are. I can manage. Now then, let me see what records have we here. Boogie, oh, dear me, no. Ah, Waltz. Yes, Daphne. She's my spirit control. Daphne adores the sweet waltz. Ah, yes. And now the light switch. There. Cozy, cozy in the dark. Now then, are you ready to empty your mind?
Empty, she says.
Hush. Hold hands. Is that you, Daphne? Oh, my dear. Oh, I'm afraid she's rather fretful. Is there anyone there who wishes to speak to anyone here? Aha, now we are getting somewhere.
Well, we certainly are.
Very well. Is it I? Is it Mr. Kent? Ah, there is someone who wishes to speak to you, Mr. Kent.
Tell him to leave a message.
Oh, here now, I must ask you not to be flippant, Mr. Kent.
Was I sorry?
May we turn on the lights now?
Oh, no, not yet.
Oh, Ruth! Did you pinch me?
Certainly not.
Don't blame Ruth.
Who said that?
Who said what?
Somebody said don't blame Ruth.
Oh, nonsense,
Oh,
dear.
my dear, I heard it distinctly.
Charles, are you trying to frighten me?
No, of course not.
You know, it's difficult to think what to say after 7 years. But I suppose good evening is as good as anything else.
Who are you?
Elvira, of course. Don't be silly.
No, the light.
Oh,
the
Charles,
light.
what? Charles, look at Madame Arcati.
Well, she's fainted. No, she's in a trance. Wake up, Madame Arcati. Wake up. It's time to go home.
Well, that's that.
Are you all right?
Certainly I am, my dear. I never felt better in my life. Well, tell me what happened. Was it satisfactory?
Well, Charles pretended he heard a voice in order to frighten us.
It was only a joke.
A very poor one, if I may say so. Nevertheless, I am prepared to swear that there is someone else psychic in this room apart from myself.
Oh, I don't see how there can be, Madame Arcati.
I do hope I haven't gone and released something.
hope
Well,
not.
all I must go. No, don't bother seeing me to the door. I just fly away like a little bird. Goodbye, my dear Kent.
Well, Charles,
Well,
what's the matter?
the matter?
Well, you seem odd somehow. Here, have some brandy.
Thanks, I will. Look!
Charles! That was very clumsy of you, Charles, darling.
Elvira.
Uh-huh.
Then it's true. It was you.
Well, of course it was.
Oh, darling, Charles, what are you talking about?
Don't you see?
See what?
Elvira.
Elvira?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Elvira, dear, this is Ruth.
Oh, how
Ruth,
do you do?
This is Elvira.
Are you mad? What happened to you?
I've gone mad. That's what it is. I've just gone raving mad.
Well, here, drink this. Then we'll go to bed.
Get rid of it, Charles, and then we can be in peace.
It's a thoroughly immoral suggestion. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Darling.
What is very moral in that?
Oh, I wasn't talking to you.
Well, whom were you talking to then?
Well, Elvira,
Now,
of
look
course.
here, Charles.
Ruth, Elvira is here. She's standing a few yards away from you.
Yes, dear. I can see her quite distinctly under the piano with a horse.
Who's built just like you.
No, but Ruth.
I'm not going to stay here arguing any longer. I'm going up to bed now. I'll leave you to turn out the light.
That's big of her, I must say.
Be quiet. You're behaving like a gutter snipe.
How dare you, Charles?
No, but Ruth, I meant...
That was one of the most enjoyable half hours I've ever spent.
Elvira, this is obviously an hallucination, isn't it?
Well, I'm afraid I don't know the technical term for it.
What am I to do? Where have you come from? Are you here to stay indefinitely?
Well, why? Would you hate it so much if I did?
Oh, try and see my point. You've been dead for 7 years.
Oh, not dead, Charles. Passed over. It's considered vulgar to say dead where I come from.
Oh, believe me, Elvira, I most emphatically did not send for you. There's been some mistake.
Well, somebody did, and that child said it was you. I remember I was playing backgammon with a very sweet old Oriental gentleman. I think his name was Genghis Khan. And then the next thing I knew, I was right here in this room. Perhaps it was your subconscious.
Elvira,
What is it, darling?
I really do feel strange.
Oh.
Seeing you again, I feel strangely peaceful.
Ah.
I suppose I shall wake up eventually.
Now just put your head back. There.
Like that?
Can you feel anything?
Only a little breeze through my hair.
Well, that's better than nothing.
I suppose if I'm really out of my mind, they'll put me in an asylum.
Oh, darling, don't worry about that. Just relax.
Yeah. Poor Ruth.
Oh, the devil with Ruth.
Good morning, darling.
You were drunk last night.
Ruth, I was not drunk. I honestly had some sort of hallucination. I swear I heard Elvira's voice.
Elvira? You were drunk.
And later on, I distinctly saw and talked to her. And after you'd gone to bed, we had quite a cozy little chat.
Drunk.
Mrs. Kent, I was not.
Good morning, Charles, my dear.
Oh, my God, here she is again.
That's right.
She's here again. She's... But, Elvira, you can't follow me around like this. There's Ruth.
Now, you stop worrying about Ruth. She'll calm down later.
I know, but...
And, darling, she's not as sweet as you think she is. She has a hard mouth.
I resent your discussing Ruth as though she was a horse.
Do you love her?
Of course I do.
As much as you love me?
Well, I don't be silly. It's all entirely different.
Oh, I'm so glad. We made a wonderful pair, didn't we, Charles?
You always behave very badly.
I love it when you pretend to be cross with me.
Elvira, you mustn't... Now, get off my lap.
Why?
I've got to go up and talk to my wife.
I don't see why.
You know, this whole business of your return from the other place...
Yes?
...is very difficult for her.
Well, darling, she must just learn to be more adaptable.
But, Ruth, what's Elvira got to do with our maid falling downstairs and breaking her arm?
I'm trying to tell you. She wanted to kill you.
Elvira, kill me? Well, you're mad.
The whole of the top stair was covered with axle
No,
grease.
you're making this up, Ruth.
Charles, don't you see? If you were dead, it would be her final triumph over me.
Oh, no.
She's probably planning a sort of spiritual remarriage. I wouldn't put anything past her.
Ruth. Now, Elvira,
yes.
It's terrible weather outside. Why should I take you on an automobile ride this evening of all?
Because I want you to. I simply can't endure another cozy night at home with Ruth snapping at us like a terrier. Oh, darling, I've come to the conclusion that your taste in second wives is definitely inferior.
A few more minutes won't make any difference. Besides, the car won't be back for half an hour at least.
What do you mean?
Well, Ruth's taken it. She had to go and see the vicar.
Ruth?
Well, what's the matter?
You say Ruth's taken the car?
Yes, to go and see the vicar, but she won't
Oh,
be
my
long.
Lord.
Elvira.
Well, stop her, Charles. You must
Why,
stop her at
what
once.
for?
Stop her. Go on immediately and
Well,
stop
it's
her.
too late now. She's gone already.
Charles, this is awful.
Now, why are you going on like this? What have you done?
Done? Oh, I haven't done anything.
Elvira,
No.
you're lying.
No, darling, no, I'm not lying.
Well,
What
why are
is
you
a
in
lie
such a
about?
state?
Well, I'm not in a state. I don't know what you mean. It's all
You've
so silly.
done something dreadful.
Oh, don't look at me that way, Charles. I haven't. I swear I haven't.
Oh, my God, the car.
No, Charles, no.
Ruth was right. You did want to kill me. You've done something to the car.
Charles,
What did you do?
awful.
Answer me.
Nothing.
Answer me.
I haven't done
What,
anything. Oh, Ruth.
Hello. Yes, speaking. Oh, no. The bridge at the bottom of the hill. Yes. Yes, I'll come at once.
Charles, is she?
Yes.
But I didn't mean for her. I didn't mean to have her.
So you didn't mean to kill me. How touching.
Ruth.
Elvira, who are you talking to?
Why,
I'm going to tear that so-called blonde hair out by the roots.
No.
I'm going to scratch your eyeballs
No,
out.
Charles, make her stop.
I'm going to slap
Let me
you
go.
right
You hear me?
around.
Don't let me get out now. And I can stop.
Madam Arcati, I don't know what you're talking about.
Lift up your heart, Mr. Kent. All is not lost. Now then, Mr. Kent, I have here a formula which will solve your problems.
Charles. Oh, Charles. What's that woman doing here? Isn't she the one who brought me here in the first place?
Yes.
Then please tell her to get me out of here as soon as possible. That second wife of yours is driving me crazy.
Now, Elvira.
I want to go home, Charles. I'm sick of this whole thing.
Mr. Kent, tell me, is she in this room?
Yes.
Is she speaking to you now?
Yes.
Very interesting indeed. I smell her protoplasm.
What a disgusting thing to say.
Tell me, where is she now?
Here, close to me.
Oh, you darling ectoplasm, you little darling.
Now, Charles, if she doesn't stop that, I'm going to strangle her with a bed
Oh,
sheet.
you lovely.
Madam Arcati, Elvira says she wants to go home, so do whatever you have to do and get it over with.
Home?
Well, wherever she came from.
Oh, couldn't she stay and play with me a little?
That's equally disgusting. I want to go now.
Now, she says.
Now then, turn out that phonograph, Mr. Kent.
All right.
Now then, out with the lights, Mr. Kent.
All right.
Ghostly spectre, rule or fiend, nevermore be thou convened. Shepherd's words and holy rites, vanish thee into the night.
What a disagreeable little verse.
Now be quiet,
Hush,
Elvira.
hush, hush. Is there anyone there? Is there anyone there? One rap for yes, two raps for no. Is there anyone there?
Madam Arcati, Elvira, the light. I'll turn on the light. Oh, you're still here.
Sure. Madame Arcati is in one of those blasted trances again, and I'm still here. Oh, Charles, you've got to get me out of here, back where I belong. I can't spend another day in this house with that Ruth of yours.
But Elvira, I can't do anything. And furthermore about Ruth, how does it happen that I can see and hear you, and I can't see or hear her? I mean, it's possible you're having a ghostly hallucination,
Charles Kent, what do you mean I'm a hallucination?
Ruth.
So you can see her, too, now?
Yeah.
Well, how cozy for you. 2 eyes, not in the flesh.
Mr. Kent, I'm trying. Really, I'm trying.
She's a fake.
Oh, shut up and let her concentrate.
Please, Madam Arcati, you must think of some way of dematerializing my wife.
I once dematerialized a trumpet.
I don't care if she dematerialized the whole symphony orchestra. I want to get out of here.
And what do you think I want?
If only, Mr. Kent, if only I knew what called your wives back from over there, perhaps I could do something about them. Hush now. Be you in nook or cranny, answer me. Be you in still room or closet, answer me. Be you behind the panel, above the stairs, beneath the eaves, waking or sleeping, answer me. Well, that ought to do it, or I'm a Dutchman.
Do what?
Do what?
Hush, wait. Someone will come.
If that's another ghost, I'll scream.
I hope it's nobody we know. I'll feel so silly.
Was someone calling me, Mr. Kent?
It is the maid.
Girl, come here.
Yes.
Whom do you see in this room, girl?
No one. No one but you and Mr. Kent.
She's lying.
I'm not.
Mr. Kent, tell your wife to concentrate.
Yes, come on, Elvira, Ruth.
I heard. Concentrate, he said.
Girl, where are they now?
By the fireplace.
She can see them.
I knew it. She's a natural psychic. It was her influence that brought your wives back.
You hear that, Ruth? Fine maid you keep.
Oh, shut up.
I don't like this at all. I'm beginning to feel peculiar.
Tell me, what did she say?
Oh.
She's beginning to feel peculiar, she
Well,
said.
that's because the spell has begun. The maid is no longer concentrating on them. They are free now.
I'm feeling faint, Charles. I am too, Charles.
Good. I'm so sorry.
Tell her to stop a moment. There's something I want to say to you before I go.
The lights, turn out the lights.
No, Charles, wait. Charles, I think I've changed my mind. I think I won't stay, Charles.
You seem too anxious to get rid of us.
Now, Ruth, you let me do the talking. I'm the older spirit. Charles, you're not going to get us out of this house quite so easily. I consider that you've behaved atrociously over this whole miserable business. Now, you may not be able to see it, but Ruth and I will be right here. And I'd like to say right here and now that I, for one, will never leave this house.
Mr. Kent, I think it works. The lights.
Gone. They're gone.
Yes, we've really done it. Now take my advice, Mr. Kent, and go away immediately.
Why, Madam Alcati, you don't mean that
There
they
are
might...
more things than heaven and earth, Mr. Kent. Just go. Just pack your bags and go. Goodbye. Cheerio. And good hunting.
Elvira. Ruth, are you there? Ruth, Elvira. I just want to tell you that there's no use in your hanging about any longer. I'm getting out of here. Elvira. Ruth, did you hear me? Well, then I guess you are gone. Now I can say it even to myself. I'm glad to be rid of you. You, Ruth, were turning into, shall I say, a shrew. And you, Elvira, well, you know, a man does get tired. So now I'm free to do what I blame please for the first time in years. Yes, even to go fishing. Or meet a lovely girl and know she's lovely and tell it to her. Yes, tell it to her. What? Who threw that vase? Oh, no. Elvira. Ruth! Oh, I haven't gotten rid of you. I mean, darling, stop. No, listen, all those things I said, I was just lonely for you and trying to bring you back. Elvira, Ruth, stop! Stop!
You have just heard the radio premiere of Noel Coward's comedy, Blithe Spirit, with Ronald Colman and his guest, Loretta Young, with Edna Best and Mercedes McCambridge. The adaptation and direction were by Arch Oboler, with special music composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. In a moment, Mr. Coleman and his guests will call in 2 American fighting men in New Guinea. But first, a word for you. If you could squeeze $1 hard enough so that 12 cents interest would fall into your pocket, you'd start squeezing right now. Well, that's exactly what could happen if you drive into your car dealer, serviceman, or any Autolite spark plug dealer and ask for Autolite Plug Check Inspection Service. You may get up to 12% more miles from your gas ration right off the bat, according to tests conducted by the American Automobile Association. And 12% better mileage would be a lot of interest to collect just by taking this one simple step. So tomorrow, give your car the benefit of Autolite Plug Check Inspection Service. Should your present spark plugs prove faulty, replace these gas wasters with new Autolite spark plugs. Remember, Autolite spark plugs are ignition engineered and precision built for long life and dependable performance. The name Autolite means precision manufacturing.
And now, Loretta and Edna will race ahead in time and space and say good morning to a couple of boys at an Allied base in New Guinea.
Good morning.
Well, New Guinea is 6,500 miles away, and it's about 6 minutes to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning down under.
Oh, I'll spend the night figuring that out, Ronnie.
Mr. Coleman, we're clearing the circuit in New Guinea now.
All right. Now, ladies, if you'll put these earphones on, we'll turn night into day. Ready?
Already?
Fingers crossed.
All right, here we go then. This is Loretta Young, Edna Best, and Ronald Coleman calling New Guinea. Hollywood calling. Come in, fellas.
Hello, Hollywood. Private Roy Little speaking.
Hello there, Roy.
And this is Private First Class Edgar Nebraska Draper. Hello, kid. What about the girl?
We're right here.
Greetings, boys.
Oh, boys, you should see the girls beam. Fellas, some news from home. Edgar, we called your mother in Albany, Oregon.
And the whole family sends a rousing cheer of love.
Your 2 brothers are somewhere in the Pacific, and your father's on an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, that sure gets around. She's already been to Sicily, North Africa, New Zealand, and the Gilberts.
Well, we've heard that you've seen a lot of action yourself.
Oh, I was in some stuff at Los Negros.
At Los Negros? Well, is that where you won your Purple Heart and Oak Leaf Cluster?
Yes, sir. We won a shooting audience with a bunch of chaps.
And you were wounded, weren't you, Edgar?
Yes, ma'am. But I didn't even notice it at the time. Oh. I was too busy. making sure that the rising sun would never rise again for a few of those jabs.
Well, Edgar, we know you did just that. And we also found out you lived in Nebraska for 17 years before you moved to Oregon.
Yeah, I was with the Future Farmers of America.
And specialized in livestock and exhibited every year at the Custer County Fair.
And raised pure-breed Berkshire hogs, eh?
Mighty proud hogs, too.
Edna, could you call a hog for Edgar?
Now, Ronnie.
Oh, now, come on. They're proud hogs, you know.
Well, here's a hog call with a British accent.
Here's worse an Irish accent.
Oh, that's very cute.
That's very pretty, both of you.
All right, Roy Little. It's your turn for messages now. We called your mother in San Bernardino and your wife in Gardena, California. Everybody's fine at home and sends love.
Well, I'm fine, too, and I want to send my love right back.
We understand you enlisted a few days after Pearl Harbor.
Surely, I wanted to help get it over with just as soon as possible.
Well, you've done a lot to make that possible.
Now, Roy, you know this, but we'd like everybody else listening in to know it, too. You and 3 other boys attacked and killed 28 Japanese with hand grenades on Mansui Island.
When the news came about your Silver Star and Purple Heart medals, your mother says they were all very proud. Even your dad cried.
No kidding? Okay, folks, but just remember your number one son is feeling great.
And Roy, your brother Gene is somewhere in the South Pacific, too.
Well, I guess Gene's going the Navy to see the world. And he's sure seen it.
You bet. No dust on the littles.
And speaking of the littles, how are the little littles?
The little littles?
I mean, my 3-year-old baby Barbara Ann and
That was Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yes, Roy, he can see lots of things now.
Is that you, Edith?
That's right, honey. Mr. Coleman brought us all down to the studio to say hello to you.
Mr. Coleman, I think that's swell. And Edith, I love you, lady.
Bobby wants to say I love you too, Daddy.
Bobby, darling.
Can you say I love you, Daddy? Huh? Yes, your Daddy, honey.
Good.
She's too bashful, darling.
Yeah.
Roy, whenever Bobby, she's saving things for you. Whenever she sees a pretty picture, she always cuts it out and says, I'm saving it for Daddy.
Tell him what your mother said, too, Miss Little.
Oh, she says that Jimmy can climb much better than you could your age.
Well, that's my boy.
And a fine-looking boy, Roy. And everybody agrees he looks just like you.
Time's up, Mr. Coleman.
All right. Well, men, that's all for now.
Guys, it was sure great hearing from you and the folks. And this little is a little dizzy. But thanks and goodbye, honey. And you, Bob.
Good night, darling.
Goodbye. Goodbye, man. Good night, men, and good luck.
Good night, boys. Good night, man. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been our custom on this global half hour to tell you a brief story about the work of your Red Cross. One of those tasks is to recruit nurses for the Army and Navy. Today, the Army and Navy need nurses as they never have needed them before. Won't you accept our program title as your watchword? Everything for the boys. Won't you sign up at your Red Cross chapter at the earliest possible moment?
Next week, Autolite cordially invites you to another program of Everything for the Boys, your new global half hour uniting the home front and the battlefronts overseas. Your host, Mr. Ronald Coleman, will appear in J.M. Barrie's Quality Street, adapted by Arch Oboler, and dedicated to a pair of fighting Yanks who will speak by shortwave from their base in Australia.
Our thanks to Loretta Young and Edna Beth. Until next week, this is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Felis domestica, better known as the common house cat, is rumored to have 9 lives, while man is presumed to have but 1. Such is the common conception. But there are some who believe otherwise. There are some who say that the present life they live is merely one of a number, and that if you could go back in time, you would find yourself again in another age, perhaps in another form. Well, I don't intend to take sides in the matter, but I was wondering if I could offer anything by way of evidence. A story, perhaps. The tale of one John Shepley, a man whose clock turned backward in a most unconventional way. A man who returned to a life he had lived once before.
Sit down, my dear. Relax.
I suppose I'm behaving like a child, Dr. Brewster, but I'm frightened. I don't know what I've been through in these last few weeks.
Well, suppose you tell me about it, Jean.
You know, of course, that John and I are soon to be married.
I was hoping for the pleasure of attending your wedding.
Wedding? I don't know anymore if there'll be a wedding.
Why? What happened?
John's ill, Dr. Brewster.
Ill?
Oh, not physically, but there's something wrong with his mind, I think. It started with a dream.
A dream?
Yes, he's had that dream every night for the last 3 weeks. He won't tell me what it is exactly, but I can see what it's doing to him. It's changing his personality. It's making him behave like someone else.
Oh, I see.
I love him very much, Dr. Brewster. Up to now, I was sure he loved me.
And now?
I don't know. I came to you as a last resort.
But, I'm not a psychiatrist, Jean. I can't interpret these dreams for him.
You're his friend, Dr. Brewster. That's the only one he can talk to. And you may be the only one who can save him.
Save him? You sound as if his life's in danger.
It is, Dr. Brewster. It is.
John, what is this thing that Jean fears so much? What's happened between you?
Dr. Brewster, I'm going to ask you a very odd question.
Oh, I'm used to odd questions.
Do you believe in reincarnation?
Reincarnation?
Do you believe man can live more than once? That you and I and Jean once existed before in a different era?
Well, first tell me, do you believe in it?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because I have proof.
And what's your proof?
For the past 3 weeks, I've had a dream. A recurrent dream, always exact, down to the tiniest detail.
And what's the substance of that dream?
The substance, Dr. Brewster, is that I'm a murderer. You don't believe me, do you?
I don't know what to say.
I tell you it's the truth. I'm a murderer, Dr. Brewster. It's come back to me again and again, night after night. The dagger. His blood on the chair in the palace.
Did you recognize your victim?
Yes.
Well, who was he?
His name was the Normand de Troyes. He was married to the Marquise de Pompadour.
Marquise de Pompadour? Good heavens. That woman's been dead for almost 200 years.
I know. And she was beautiful. I loved her, Dr. Brewster, and I gave my life for her. Oh, I know, I sound like a maniac. Well, maybe I am. Sometimes I wonder myself. And yet I can't get over it. That feeling of having lived during the reign of Louis XV, of having been in love with Madame Pompadour, and of having murdered her husband.
John, listen to me. Go to a psychiatrist.
I don't need a psychiatrist, Dr. Brewster. I have to work this out for myself in some way.
But if you go on like this, do you know where it might end?
For Jean? I know. In unhappiness. But I can't help myself. As wretched as I feel about her part in it.
And for you, John? Do you know what the ending might be for you?
Murder will out, Dr. Brewster. And the only ending for a murderer is the hangman's noose.
You've only one hope, Jean. You've got to get his mind away from the past. You've got to make him realize he lives in the present, that today is what counts.
We used to have such fun together. Now I hardly see him.
Try to relive those moments with him. Take him to the theater, the art museums. Do what you used to do. And make him forget about himself.
I'll try, Dr. Brewster. I'll try very hard.
And Jean did try, with all her strength and all her heart. She tried to hold the man she loved, to keep him from leaving her forever. And for a while it seemed she might succeed. For a short time, John forgot his dreams and his strange compulsions, until one day in an art museum, as he and Jean walked slowly through the marble corridors.
John, look at this Vermeer. Oh, isn't it exquisite?
Yes, it is. He was a great artist, Jean. Everything about his work showed genius. Just look at the cars. Look at the... What are you smiling at?
Nothing. It's just that I'm so happy.
You are?
These last few weeks have been so different. I want to come closer together again. Oh, darling, you're the John I know and fell in love with.
Now, let's see what's in that room, shall we?
Oh, it's only furniture. I'd rather see the rest of the oils. But if you want to see it, darling...
Yes, I do. Come into that room with me, Jean, please.
It's a French living room. Furniture's antique.
Yes.
Why, it says here... This room was occupied by... Louis XV.
I've been inside it before, Jean.
Here, in the museum?
Oh?
What do you mean, John?
Now, I remember this furniture when it was new.
What?
I'll show you I do. I remember every piece. Every piece. You see that cabinet in the corner?
Well?
Open it.
You're not supposed to touch them.
Open it, Jean. It may prove something. If you find a dagger inside that cabinet, a bloodstained dagger, I know I'm right.
John, please.
Open it, Jean.
All right.
You found it.
Yes.
I put it there.
John, let's get out of here.
No, I've got to stay.
John, if you love me at all. What are you doing?
The blood is still here on the chair. I'll never forget the blood.
John, please take me home.
Look, Jean, that painting on the wall. Do you know who she is?
No.
Jeanne-Antoinette Poisson, Marquise de Pompadour. The most beautiful woman who ever lived.
You stare at that picture like a man in love.
I was years ago. Odd, isn't it? Her first name. And yours. But the same, I mean.
John!
If you don't mind, Gina, I want to stay here alone for a while. With the woman I love.
John stood there for a long moment after Jean had gone, staring up at the beautiful portrait. I watched him from my perch above the high French cabinet. Then I spoke.
What?
I said hello.
Who are you? Where are you?
It isn't necessary for you to see me. We've met before.
Have we?
At least you think we have. I was around in Louis's time, and I knew the Marquise very well.
To know her was to love her.
Perhaps. However, your memory may not be what you think it is.
How do you mean?
You'd like to return, wouldn't you? You'd like to go back a couple of 100 years.
More than anything else in the world.
Are you sure you won't regret it?
I'll take that chance. It's the only thing that can save me now. I've got to know the truth.
What time do you have?
Oh, it's 4:10.
You're slow by 5 minutes.
Well?
I'm going to add 200 years to that 5 minutes. I'm going to make that timepiece in your wrist run slow by 2 centuries.
What are you doing? What's happening to me?
You're going back, my friend, to the Marquise de Pompadour. And I wish you a pleasant journey.
Are you in there? Open up, monsieur. Just a moment.
Oh, the door was locked. For a moment, I thought something had happened to you.
Who are you?
Who am I? What is wrong with you? I'm Charles de Port, secretary to the Marquise. That's who I am.
Secretary to the Marquise. The Marquise de Pompadour?
Naturally.
But then, I must be in Versailles, the palace of Versailles.
Perhaps you need a doctor, monsieur. You seemed quite well a few moments ago when I went to inform the Marquise of your arrival. But now...
I'm quite all right. Just a fainting spell. I've had them occasionally.
A fainting spell? Well, I hope you don't faint when you see the Marquise. She doesn't have too much respect for men who behave like kittens.
Just lead me to her, Deport, and see how I behave.
In the service of the king.
This is a great honor, madame.
You may rise, monsieur. It'll be au depot.
Very well, madame.
To what do I owe this privilege, madame?
To your prowess as a servant, perhaps? Or to your reputation with the ladies?
The ladies, madame?
Come now, you can relax with me. I'm a commoner just as you are, by birth.
You're also the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life.
If Louis should hear you, your life would be a short one.
It's worth the risk.
You're very gallant. It goes well with your reputation.
My reputation seems to have traveled a great deal farther than I have.
I brought you here to offer you an opportunity. I would like you to become my personal bodyguard.
Your protector, madame.
My protector, defender, and companion.
Nothing would please me more.
Think well before you answer. My demands may be rather dangerous at times.
Danger doesn't worry me.
I have enemies.
You, enemies?
Yes. There is one who I'm very much afraid of.
And who is that?
My husband. Or should I say, my ex-husband. As you know, we were divorced. Le Normand seemed to feel that my friendship with the king was damaging to his reputation. Idiotic, isn't he?
Very, madame.
However, I'm sure you can handle him. I'm going to ask that you be transferred from the king's guard. I can arrange it. I can arrange practically anything in France.
So I've heard. If you hadn't died as you did at the age of 43, France might have become...
What?
Oh, I beg your pardon. That was a silly thing to say.
What on earth are you talking about? I am only 30 now. What is this nonsense about my death at 43?
Please forgive me, madame.
Do you set yourself up to be a seer?
I might surprise you, madame.
What kind of a trick are you playing, monsieur?
No trick, madame. I have hunches, that's all.
Hunches?
Well, it's purely guesswork. But it's not guesswork when I tell you that I would lay down my life for you. Gladly.
Would you?
Yes.
I'm glad you said that, monsieur.
You are, madame.
Yes. For I may give you the chance.
Monsieur de Port?
Well, monsieur?
The Marquise has given orders for me to be quartered here in the palace.
Oh.
I am to have the West Suite.
Ah, the West Suite, no less. Oh, she favors you, monsieur. Come this way.
I presume there's a bath attached.
What did you say?
A bath. A tub or a shower. I want to have one in my suite.
But that's ridiculous.
It is?
This is only March.
March? What, do you mean to say...
A little perfume will make you feel better.
Perfume? My foot. I want a bath with soap.
But baths are not in season now.
Did you hear what I said, Deport?
Whatever you wish, monsieur. It's, your skin.
John?
What?
Were you speaking to me, monsieur?
Deport can't hear me, John, but you can.
Oh, I see.
I beg your pardon, monsieur.
Get rid of Deport, John. I want to talk to you alone.
I was thinking of taking a bath.
The bath can wait.
Whom are you speaking to, monsieur? Why are you looking behind you? There's no one there.
Oh, I'll be with you in just a few minutes, Deport. Wait for me in the next corridor.
Oh, very well, sir. The man.
Well, John, how do you like it? How does it feel to live in the 18th century?
It's a fantastic experience. It's something I've always wanted to do.
You mean you don't want to go back?
Never. Not as long as she is alive.
You're speaking of Madame de Pompadour.
Yes.
John, you're making a big mistake.
It's my life. I can do what I like with it.
See it yourself. I promise I won't ask you again. But I suggest you keep your dream in mind.
My dream?
You were a murderer in that dream, John. It was a dream you couldn't escape. And the man you believed you murdered was the husband of Madame Pompadour. The man she wants you to guard her against.
Well, what about it?
Nothing. I was just wondering if history would repeat itself in reverse.
I love to ride early in the morning. It makes the blood flow through my veins with new strength.
I could ride this way for the rest of my life. With you.
Careful. They say that even the horses are loyal to the king. You're so ardent.
I love you. I can't keep it to myself any longer. Just one kiss, please.
One kiss. And what would you give for one kiss?
Anything you ask.
Come closer, darling. There, you've had your kiss. And as far as payment is concerned, I intend to exact it shortly.
You sent for me, son?
The time has come for you to prove yourself.
What do you want me to do?
My husband, the normal, is trying to blackmail me.
Yes?
He knows about us, and he intends to tell the king. You've got to stop him.
Don't worry about it. I'll handle him.
How?
I'll give him 2 days to get out of France.
Oh, that won't do. You don't know what he's like, Jules. He hates me. He's even threatened to take my life. And he has agents, men who would murder for a sou. As long as he lives, Jules, I'll have no peace. You've got to kill him tonight.
But surely there must be another way, Jean.
Can it be that you are afraid?
You know better than that.
I only know that you can't possibly love me if you permit Lalomo to live. You'll never see me again if you do.
Jean.
I mean that. Oh, my darling. My darling, you've got to help me. He terrifies me. Please don't fail me now.
Where can I find this Lalomo?
I have asked him to come to the castle tonight. The king is in Paris. You can deal with him here as you like. Will you do it for me?
Let me know when he arrives.
Here. Take this ring. It will bring you luck. Do you see this inscription on the inside?
Pompadour.
Wear it on your finger. Wear it on the hand that holds the sword.
As you can see, no matter what period of history, time is always the same. And so are the men and women.
He has entered the palace, Monsieur Lefebvre. He'll come through this corridor in a moment or two.
And have his chance to draw his sword.
His sword? Are you crazy? A duel would bring a household down on you. You've got to use his dagger, and use it quickly before he can utter a sound.
You mean stab him in the back?
Yes.
But that's murder in cold blood.
That's the way it must be done. We'll take it. We can wait behind these portieres. As he passes, let him have it.
No, wait.
Here he comes. No, not this way. I can't. Give me the dagger. With the compliments of the Marquis. Quick, before the guards come, take this dagger and hide it in the cabinet.
He never had a chance. You...
Quiet! It is her ladyship.
What is this? What? Oh! No, speak to me.
He's dead, madame. Dead. And his murderer is over there.
You're lying, Dupont. You killed him yourself.
Silence! So, this is the way you would pay my trust in you, Monsieur Lefebvre.
Jean, you...
How dare you address me that way?
No, you can't be serious.
Keep him under arrest. Monsieur Lefebvre, I see that you get the guillotine for this. Take him away!
Good evening, Monsieur Lefebvre.
What? Where is the Marquise?
The Marquise is not in the habit of visiting cutthroats in a dungeon. She sent me in her place. What is it you wish?
Nothing. I shouldn't have asked her to come. I should have known she'd refuse.
At dawn, you will die, monsieur. May I offer my apologies?
If I could get at your throat...
Save your strength, monsieur. You will need it to climb the guillotine steps. The fact that it was I who killed Lenormand is unimportant. Had you killed him yourself in fair fight, you would still be on your way to your grave.
You mean she'd planned it so that I...
Naturally. You don't think for one moment that she wanted you around after your job was finished?
Then she was just using me.
Lenormand was still her husband. They were never actually divorced. And that was a nuisance to her ladyship, inasmuch as she had other plans. Plans which concerned the king.
So that's what really happened.
I beg your pardon?
And I thought that I was a murderer. But I'm not, you see, I'm not.
You have a very peculiar sense of humor, monsieur.
You don't understand, you fool. You can't hurt me. I can go back. I can... Or can I? Is it too late? Is it too late?
It is never too late, monsieur, for Madame Guillotine. We are ready, Monsieur Lefebvre. Before I give the signal and your head rolls, is there anything you wish to say?
Yes. I have a friend somewhere who brought me here. Where are you? I want to go back. You were right. Please take me back. Please take me back.
Have you learned your lesson, John?
Just give me one more chance, that's all I ask. Just one more chance. One more chance.
Executioner, do your duty.
John, darling, are you all right?
What? Oh. What's it you, Jean?
I had to come back. I couldn't leave you here like this.
Jean.
It look as though you've been ill. You haven't moved from the spot since I left the museum.
Ill? I'm well, Jean. I'm well, and I've come back to you.
John.
What's wrong about everything? I'm not a murderer, Jean. Really, I'm not. And I'll never have those dreams again.
And what about her? That woman in the portrait up there. The Marquise de Pompadour.
The Marquise? She's just as dead, Jean, as my love for her. She's part of the past, that's all. And I'm here in the present with you.
Well, there's your story. What's that? The events are not historically correct? I agree with you. According to the history books, it didn't quite happen that way. But then, historians deal with important facts. And you must admit that a mere romance could have been omitted by the textbooks. However, there's just one more thing. I was still there when John and Jean left the museum arm in arm. As he walked out of the room, he accidentally dropped a small metal object on the floor. It was a ring. A large ring that may have been worn by a woman. And there was one word inscribed in the band. That word was Pompadour.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. This program was written by Lawrence Clee and narrated by Hart McGuire as The Clock. As John, you heard Charles Tingwell. Others were Coralie Neville, John Bushell, Sheila Sewell, David Butler. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That was Giovanni d'Este running stealthily in the year 1500. That was Guido della Miopa, friend of Giovanni, and with him hired assassin. That was Michelotto, the chap that hired them for a piece of work this night on the streets of Rome, in front of St. Peter's Cathedral. And here is Michelotto's boss. And, having converged on a prearranged spot,
it is he. Kill him.
Tonight, I report to you on Cesare Borgia, his most difficult murder. Crime Classics. A series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland. They dressed well in those days, and no wonder. They had the Duc de Valentinois to design their clothes for them. And all of us know, of course, that he was the chap who invented the Italian dart and tuck, as well as the one-finger thimble. So, a night out then in Rome, formal garden dinner at the Borgias. Over there by the wine service, just delivered by Michelangelo, is Paolo Orsino, young noble. He's dressed in red satin and cloth of gold. The hem of his surplice is studded with rubies, and his hat is trimmed with stiff gold lace. And there is Michelotto, a close friend to Cesare, and to Cesare's sister, Lucrezia.
Lucrezia, such a wonderful party. Oh, how stunning you are.
Valentinois did me.
And the ring. It's new, isn't it?
Michelangelo. See? It opens, and a cunning little needle here.
Lucrezia.
Michelotto, I should tell you, is garbed in a livery of crimson velvet and yellow silk. His shirt is adorned with a double row of rubies, as big as beans.
Michelotto.
And here's our host, chastely dressed, simply, a great necklace of pearls about his throat, the only adornment.
Michelotto, dear friend. Cesare, you've outdone yourself this evening. I was just saying to Lucrezia...
Whatever you say to her, Michelotto, whatever you say to my sister, let there be adjectives of beauty and spinning light. Let there be words that mean flight and song and loveliness.
Embrace me, brother. Put your warmth to my cheek, and I'll whisper to you.
Yeah.
Dear brother, magnificent brother.
Pretty.
My husband beckons me. Alfonso waves come to me.
Then go to him. Go. Fly to him. Michelotto.
Yes.
Lucrezia loves her husband, Michelotto.
Yes.
See how she greets him.
Ardently.
Michelotto.
Say it. He does the world no good. I was searching for the very sentence.
And you have found it.
Yes, he does the world no good.
He, Alfonso, being nephew to the King of Naples, I thought he would be useful. That in this bringing together of all Italy, his marriage to my sister would help wed the warring provinces.
And Alfonso has done nothing.
He has done nothing.
Except make love to your sister.
Except that.
See there? She has not released him from his greetings yet.
I cannot look upon it.
Listen, what? This worthless man, this Alfonso of Aragon.
What of him?
Aragon blood is red. Deep red, and spills nobly.
Dear friend. Dear friend.
Come with me now, past the table set with succulents from all over the world, and jewel-studded goblets and golden dishes, past the gilded youngsters, servants, past the Moorish maidens spinning to bell and tambourine, and here a giant, mute and muscular, who supplies poses, and dancing about him dwarves from Madagascar, dervishes from India, past all of them and into another part of the garden and down a path and here, the place of deep-throated tiger lily and Grecian fragments strewn in studied disarray. This place.
Methinks he plans to kill me, wife.
Since returning from Firenze, your thoughts are dismal with death and sorrow.
You saw how he looked upon me with loathing.
My brother loathes the world except that which is in his arms at the moment.
Tell me this, Lucrezia.
What?
What does he say of me?
He asks if I love you.
And you answer?
I say yes. Then he asks if I am pleased with you.
And you answer?
I say yes. And I offer my lips to the sun as if I am kissing you, and I say yes.
Divine. Divine, Lucrezia.
Youth of beauty, my husband. Youth of bravery and daring. Listen.
Yes?
Do something brave now. Do a daring thing. Leave.
Leave? The palace of Cesare? The feasting not yet begun?
I want to.
But Cesare's disfavor.
Daring. Brave.
Yes.
Lucrezia! Oh, there you are, sister. Good morning to you.
And to you, Brother Cesare.
Your handmaiden said you spend the morning by the fountains, and that you spend it sadly. Why?
Not sadness quite, but...
Lucrezia.
Yes?
Last night I had a spectacle prepared for you. A spectacle of fireworks, and Arabian steed, and a troop of Arabian maids, and a magician from Samarkand.
And I was not there.
And you were not there, nor your husband.
The moment of my present sadness started then, and I left.
Tell me of it.
My husband thinks you look upon him with loathing.
Oh?
He said to me he thinks you wish him dead.
Oh.
Now tell me true.
You are my sister.
Tell me true, Cesare.
You are my sister and you love a man, therefore I cannot think evil of him.
Even though he could make an alliance for you with Naples through his uncle and does not, and so Naples is still a thorn that scratches cruelly your ambition.
I do not think in such a way, sister.
Liar.
Liar, then. So believe what you wish. Believe that your husband will live or that he will perish. Believe what you wish.
Dear Cesare.
Yes?
Do something, dear Cesare, to prove to my husband your esteem for him.
First, Cesare sent to Alfonso a gift, a marble basin filigreed with gold, and in it, an invitation to meet him at Michelangelo's studio, where the artist was sculpting a portrait of one of Cesare's favorites.
See how a master chisels stone into beauty, good Alfonso.
To marvel.
To marvel? The artistry or the lady?
I did not notice the lady, for your sister fills my eyes ever, at all times.
Pretty. Pretty. Come. And see here, this salt cellar Michelangelo makes for the Vatican. And this design for a catapult.
I am not stupid, brother-in-law. Why did you bid me here? Surely not to enjoy the artistry of Michelangelo, for all Rome knows of it and praises it. Why did you summon me here?
Here among these jewels of the world, I offer you another jewel, Alfonso. My friendship. And proof of it.
What proof?
If you have the courage to accept it.
Say on.
A bullfight, then. Let us offer ourselves to that sport, to the horns of the bull, each of us in turn. And when one is in jeopardy, the other will save him. What say you, Alfonso?
I say well said.
Then you will do it.
I will do it.
Wait, then. Elisabetta, farewell. And Michelangelo, my farewell to you. Gold for your cold day's pleasure. Farewell.
So a bullfight was arranged. Each fought the bull in his turn. And when the bull had Cesare in a precarious position, Alfonso ran out, waved the red cloak and distracted the bull, and then bravely slew the beast. And in his turn, Cesare succored Alfonso when Alfonso fought the bull and was in peril. This is the way nobility proved to the world that they were fond of each other, Friends to the death. Buddies.
I'm glad.
I'm happy. I'm delighted.
Friends.
Friends. And now, friend of my life, dear Alfonso, a boon. Whatever. This boon. Meet with me in front of St. Peter's this evening so that I can take you to Master Giulio for a fitting.
Friend of my life, I will be there.
Farewell to you. And to you, my sister.
Fare you well.
How did it go?
I asked him to meet with me in front of St. Peter's Cathedral this evening, that I would take him to Master Giulio for a fitting.
What bait that is. The vain man.
At 9 o'clock. Now that he trusts me, he will be there. Will you meet with me?
Yes.
And tell Giovanni of the poignard of the meeting? And Guido?
Yes. 4 of us, then. And we will approach from 4 directions. Each of us masked so as not to be identified.
You remember Francesco well, I see.
Yes.
Then tonight, dear friend.
Yes.
And that night, as the bell of St. Peter's was tolling 9 of the clock, from the east, Giovanni d'Este of the poignard. From the west, Guido della Miopa of the dagger. From the north, Michelotto. And from the south...
It is he. Kill him.
Varlets. No. No.
Red blood of Aragon on the pavement of Rome. Listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland, and his report to you on Cesare Borgia, his most difficult murder. I'd like to add my 2 cents to the Renaissance. The Renaissance was an awakening from the Middle Ages, which was a period of darkness and brutality. And now, the Renaissance, and this is my observation, did indeed bring back the humanities, but it also refined brutality. In other words, inhumanities and tortures were made more exquisite, called progress. So, against this background of new light, ornate fashionings in stone and ores, brilliant artistry, the city of Rome, which in the year 1500 was held in sway by the folk who lived on the hill, the Borgias. They lived on a hill and in a grand castle. And in this grand castle was a large and vaulted room. And in this large and vaulted room, casting startling shadow, Cesare Borgia.
Your Excellency Cesare.
Up, Paolo, and say what?
Dark and terrible deed this night.
Oh, darkness, what deed?
Upon the stoop of St. Peter's, blood ran. Blasphemy on to murder.
Murder?
Of your own.
Who?
Husband to your sister.
Oh, what cold shudder these words caused my body to hold. Say what has happened.
Masked strangers attacked him with poignard and knife, and there they left him stuck.
And he is dead?
No.
No!
Not quite.
What you said, murder?
Which it will be at any moment. The doctors say each breath he draws may be his last.
But he is not dead.
He will be. Come, if you wish it, and sob upon my shoulder, Excellence. Come.
Wake now.
Come, sob out your heart, Cesare. so I can say to Rome, your heart welled up in despair.
Silent tears are also...
Oh, Cesare. Oh, Paolo. Is there something here I interrupt, or am I welcome?
Grief always welcomes companionship. Come grieve with me, Michelato.
Alas, but what is the sorrow?
Tell him, Paolo.
This night of assassins and blood, and the dying of Alfonso of Aragon.
But he is not yet dead.
Not yet dead?
But he will be, a certainty.
Now we must ponder, then. Who would have cause to want such a noble's death?
Masks, they were.
His uncle.
Yes.
His uncle, Francesco Gazzella.
Yes.
Yes?
Francesco Gazzella, brother to his mother, who once told his friends, you remember, of a dream he had, how he slew Alfonso.
I remember.
Oh, yes.
Then wake Francesco Gazzella, Paolo. Then wake the headsman. Let justice be done.
Amen.
Amen.
That night, Francesco Gazzella went to the block in good humor, smiling, joking with the headsman, and similar manifestations of no hard feelings. His last statement on records is interesting, too. "This is a dream," he said, "and I shall awaken in a little while and have my wine and bun." The record states that when Francesco's head was exhibited to the Roman crowd, it wore a nice smile. Well, as you know, Alfonso just refused to draw his last breath. Inhaled, exhaled, he wouldn't stop. He didn't regain consciousness, but he didn't stop breathing either. So Cesare went to visit him, and in the anteroom to the sick chamber...
You did it.
Lucrezia Borgia making an accusation.
It does not matter who you executed, who you gave to the headsman's block. You did it. You caused it to be done.
But no, sister, be calm by this assurance. I had nothing to do with the stabbing of your husband.
Treachery, villainy, vile deed.
I sobbed on Paolo's shoulder when I heard the news.
Do not present me with a whimper, Cesare. I am your sister Lucrezia. I know you well. And I know what has happened, this farce of the bull ring. To beguile Rome that you favored Alfonso. Then they could not point a finger and say you had enslaved him.
If I wanted his death, why have I come to him to lend my tears to his pillow?
Tears without warmth.
Bitter tears of sorrow and despair, chill tears because there is death in them, a small death of me at his dying. I go to him.
And I wish you to guard my husband from you.
Doctor, Your Excellency. How is he?
Remarkable. A miracle. He should be dead, but he isn't. A miracle. Remarkable.
Oh, Alfonso, dear friend, almost brother to me. As you would take your place in heaven now, smile then because you are revenged. Vile man of an uncle slew you. And what reason could he have had, Alfonso? Gentle Alfonso, sweet and brave man, to have struck you down. I have been stricken too, for you are beloved of fair Lucrezia, as I am beloved by her. Therefore we share a sainted place. And when you will go, I will live loneliness. Had you lived longer, sweet friend, what noise we would have made. What harmony.
Brother.
From this place.
You weep true tears, warm tears.
From this place.
Yes.
Physician? Yes, physician. A tear, Cesare, splashed upon my sleeve. Look. The true tear. The jewel of a tear.
You think Cesare wants this one alive?
He wept, I saw it.
Do you think we should try to save this Alfonso?
If it would please Cesare.
I think it would.
Let's pass the potion, physician. And a flagon of ointment from Caucasia.
And what if the pearls dissolved in that your wine Good, good.
And the crushed scorpion.
Good, good. You apply then, physician, and I will recite the phrases I learned in the cartoon.
I want you to.
I have no idea whether it was the ointment from Caucasia, or the crushed scorpion, or the phrases the good physician had picked up at the headwaters of the Nile, but whatever it was, Alfonso one day opened his eyes and hopped right out of bed.
A miracle. Remarkable. How do you feel?
I am alive again. Alive again.
Many stab wounds, scars.
I am alive again. Alive again, alive again.
Reward me. I gave you back your wife. And I whispered in your ear strange and marvelous phrases. Reward me.
Doctor, friend, both of you shall be rewarded.
I do not know what magic they use, the physician.
To the block with them, both of them.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Wait.
Yes.
Have them take poison instead. Therefore, I can explain their death as a sour stomach, but how can I explain their heads?
Wit. Exquisitely spoken, Fair Joseph.
What assassins do you draw to you, Michelotto, that they strike 50 blows and kill not?
Get rid of this one.
Go, Paolo. Do my bid. Have the physician...
Drink poison. Mm-hmm.
Go. I pose the question, Michelotto. What assassin...
You joined us, and you struck him as well as we.
Yes.
I must tell you something.
What?
The court notices the travail on your face now that Alfonso lives. They laughed behind your back.
Who knocks?
Your sister, Lucrezia,
Your entrance, Michelotto. What do you want, sister?
Your frown is as deep as mine.
What do you want?
To tell you that I am weary.
Weary.
Of pretense of Alfonso.
He is well again. You should exult.
He is a dodderer and a fool and weakling. Now, a puny babe to be tended. I am weary of it.
Oh?
I love him no more.
Come to me, sister. Weep upon my shoulder for your lost love. Yes.
Always to you.
Yes.
Should I go away, Cesare?
There are scholars in Pisa to regale you for a month, sister. Go there.
So that I need not see it done nor hear of it too long.
Go. Then come back to me, renewed. Gentle sister.
Brother.
Gentle Lucrezia.
Gentle Michelotto.
Alfonso. Wake.
Now wake, good Alfonso.
What?
And look upon death.
An emotion not to be taken in sleep, Alfonso.
No.
Oh, good, Michelotto. Muscular friend, how your sinews make a dance. Ghostly dance. Oh, see the pose of you, Michelotto. Classic pose. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, see.
He is dead.
Take certain of it. Take my poignard. Yes. It is a night's deed, and it is done. The next day, Cesare journeyed to Pisa. Here, he and Lucrezia sat at the feet of scholars and drank deep the wine of knowledge. One day, one of these savants tarried too long with Lucrezia on some question not philosophical. That afternoon, the fellow fell down dead from drinking deep the wine of Cesare. One of the series of a lot of fellows who dropped down dead before Cesare himself did, a long time later on a battlefield in Spain. Later still, Lucrezia died in a convent. Ah, those Borgias.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Cesare Borgia, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from reports and accounts of the times by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Whitfield Connor was heard as Cesare, William Conrad as Michelotto, and Betty Lou Gerson as Lucrezia. Featured in the cast were Lamont Johnson, Edgar Barrier, Hy Averback, and Larry Thor. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Rutland, Vermont, in the year 1850. The three fellows named Leathers, Vermontians by way of Egypt, met a young lady and were all taken by her. But you remember the old saw, two's company, four is a crowd. It's listed in my files as Widow McGee and the Three Gypsies, a Vermont fandango. Thank you. Good night.
Come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
down first? Yes. Next, write down yours. Now, write down mine. Yes, yours, mine. That's all. Now relax and listen. Been around a lot. Long. But we haven't seen much of each other the last few years. Once I came back here to town and called you up and said, "Hey, remember me?" I remember how you first I didn't think of it at the time. I mean, you know. Not that I blame you. It's just good New York manners. Served and caliber raised calls. Till you're sure the old pal isn't going to put the arm on you to find a place to stay. Maybe lend him a dinner, so. No, I don't think. You were a little more cordial after I'd answered that question. Asked me casually, "What are you doing now, Dad?" Well, I said I was doing all right, and couldn't I buy you dinner? And you did come back pretty fast and say, no, dinner's on me. And we had an argument about that. And you did, me? We had a lot of laughs at that dinner. Talking about the time, the trick presents we used to give to each other. Some of them we both liked, and some of them disliked and the other didn't. Then the top hat you gave me for my birthday. Great laugh, because I wouldn't be talking now if it looked like that on. So I gave you the silver-mounted bag of handle hunting knife, because you were strictly the nightclub type and wouldn't be caught in the woods if you were starving for that stuff. And I made you give me a penny for it as a gift to me. I still have the penny the other day. Last? A million. Been a long time since we saw each other, hasn't it? I've been a lot of places since then. Oh, yes, I know. You will wait for a year or so. Sure, all the time. I keep track of all my pals, especially. You know, there's so many things we didn't have a chance to talk about. You know what I mean? So many. Say, you comfortable in that chair? Please, I get nervous. I meant to ask you, you haven't been getting any jams or anything like that? I sure hope not. This was impulsive. I remember how many jams I got you out of the old days. No, I'm not bragging, pal. I don't think great. That was in the old days. The days when we used to be on the town together. You know, I get sentimental about it. I get to remembering things. That waiter in that place down there in the clubs. Said, don't go picking on my pal just because you're bigger than he is. You were always doing something like that. I ran into him just before the war never hated you, pal. I never heard a man cursed out so in all my life. Huh? Oh, no, he's an old man. He was an old man when he and you had the fight, don't you remember? I remembered something else, too. I remembered all this stuff about it. I bet you even know what I want. What was your name? Simple name, but better not to mention it. We were sitting on the steps. handsome white belly and dragged her out. I thought that was her little green beret that was floating in the cold water after I pulled her out. But it wasn't. Then the cop and I carried her over to the streetcar line. And a taxi got shut off. That was that. So she's gone. That's a long time. Oh, and say, talking about gag presents we used to give each other. Remember the pair of green Norwegian uniforms I gave you one Christmas? I think you lost one of them. I found one of the matches in an old stuff the next day. I mailed it to you. I guess you've got it. I went out to the cemetery. You ever go out there? Oh, I guess you wouldn't be being married before the guy around town and all that. There's not much room for sentiment like that in the world of this town. Not anymore. No, not anymore. It used to be. Once upon a time, war, famine, misery, and stuff like that. I went through that war and saw a lot of people get killed. A lot of good friends of mine. But I never forgot her. I thought about her. So I went out to look at her grave. What was her name? Funny the way the memory slips and things that I remember for years and years, just as clear as if it had been left. Like the way I told you about. You remember things that way too? You're remembering everything now. Well, what are you fidgeting for then? Sit still, you make me nervous. I make you. Like the way I told you about finding you. You remember things that way too? You're remembering anything now? But what are you fidgeting for then? Sit still, you make me nervous. I make you nervous. I didn't mean to, pal. You know what? Remember, a lot of people thought she committed suicide. I don't know any reason for her committing suicide. Do you? Unless, well, she might have been pretty upset about breaking off that deal with you and her. I wish you'd tell me something sometime. How did you break it off? Did you just tell her? Did you take one last walk in the park and say, hey, kid, it's all off? Or what? Oh, I suppose it's none of my business after all, but I wonder about things like that. I wondered so many times what she said. Did she put up a big beef about it, or did she take it, well, like I had to take it when she told me about you? I'd have been willing, you know, to step up and be the big-hearted stiff and say to her, well, now, look, kid, if the deal with my pals off, I'm still sticking around. I'm all set for it if you want any part of me. You know, I really loved her. But I didn't get a chance. That's why I went away, I guess. I suppose that's why I came back, too. You got that green mitten I sent you? No, I didn't put my name on the package. I figured you'd know who sent it. And you got the pair now, if you kept the other one. But the one I sent you was all shrunk up. You couldn't wear it, I know. Water. That's what it is. Wool shrinks in water unless you take care of it. And I guess nobody took care of this one. It's probably been lying around in hotel dresser drawers and old suitcases for years. Anyway, you know where it's been. Say, there's there's something you might tell me about, too, sometime. There's a certain friend of ours. Well, I don't know how much of a friend he is, but maybe you'll know. I won't tell you his name because, as I said, I don't think it's a good idea to mention names in public like this. Say, are you going to sleep? Well, sit up and listen. We got a lot to talk about yet. Turn the radio up a little. I don't want you to miss anything. That's better. About this friend, I got a telephone call the other day, last Saturday. What are you fidgeting about? Well, light a cigarette. I got this phone call, and when I answered, the guy said...
Hello, Dane.
Hi.
Listen, Dane, maybe you think you know who this is.
Why, sure, it's Pat...
Never mind that. I'm not going to tell you who I am. For a very good reason.
Well, now, look, I can get along with anybody.
I'm not kidding, Dane. I'm not going to mention any names at all. There's a certain guy that you and I both know has been spreading a few stories that you ought to know about.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
What kind of stories?
Where have you been the last few years?
Well, for a while I was in the Army, 99th Division, the Bulge, Remagen Bridge and all that.
You through that?
Are you kidding?
This friend of yours, he says you've been in the penitentiary.
He sounds like a wonderful friend.
Doesn't he?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was.
What?
4 years.
Good Lord, Dane.
Now you're going to ask me what I was in for.
Well, I wasn't...
I had a job in a penitentiary.
What?
A job. I worked there.
Oh.
Sure.
Well, I'm sorry. Your friend probably misunderstood.
Well, I hope so.
Well, what'd you do? Not a guard.
Oh, no. I had a very special job. I'll tell you about it sometime.
Well, gee, Dane, I'm awful sorry. I better tell this friend of yours. Gosh, a thing like that could ruin a man.
That's right, it could. Couldn't it?
It sure could. Oh, you know, Dane, I meant well.
Sure. Thanks for calling. It's nice of you.
I'm sorry about it. I'll tell him.
No, I'll tell him when I see him, or sometime.
You mean, you know who it is?
Why, sure. So long, Bob. And thanks anyway. I sure hope you didn't have any misunderstanding about what I've been doing, pal. Or didn't you know? Remind me to tell you sometime what my job was there. I've had some funny jobs in all these years. You wouldn't know about that, would you? You've been here all the time on the same job, making dough, and not worrying about anything. Or not worrying about much. Worries disappear sometimes over a period of years, don't they? And then they have a habit of popping up again, and sometimes they're worse than they were before you thought you'd forgotten them. Now, I hope you don't have anything like that, pal. Well, from the look on your face, I thought for a minute you might have. Well, don't worry, pal. Everything always comes out the way it ought to come out in the long run. And the fellow always gets what's coming to him. Never fails. Never fails. You know, one of the things about a guy in my setup is I got very little to worry about. Nothing can happen to me. Well, everything's happened. Now, take a fellow like you, pal. You're fairly well off. You got a lot of friends, and you're doing all right. But what if you got one of those kicks in the teeth, like a few I've had? What happens to you then? Got things to think about. Worry. Lie awake nights about. Me, I don't have to worry. I'm as free as the air. I've got everything I want. Or almost everything I want. Pretty soon I'll have everything, and that's that. We're neither one of us young anymore, are we? Oh, we're not old men, sure, but we aren't the fast kids we were once when we were pals together. Before she died and we kind of broke up and went our ways. Say, what time is it? Let's see your watch. Oh, time sure flies, doesn't it? I've only got a few more minutes with you, pal. Just a few more minutes. Here I stand gassing, and you're sitting there clutching that piece of paper. Look, be a pal and hang on to it for a little while yet. Just 6 or 7 minutes, as a matter of fact, and I'll stop and you take it from there. I wanted to tell you about last Saturday, though, first. I had a couple of fellows from my old outfit to see. Well, you know us veterans. And I sat around with one of them all afternoon, knocking over bottles of beer and hashing over the bulge and some of the things they put me up to after the war. I don't usually take more than 2 beers in an afternoon, but, well, you know how it is. Or do you? No, I guess you don't. You weren't in the service, were you? I remember now. Oh, well, we can't all be heroes, I always say. The reason we sat around so long was this pal of mine out of the 99th spilled something about a special job I had to do after the war up in Germany. I wasn't very anxious to have everybody in the world know about it, so I kidded about it a lot with this feather merchant we were talking to, and, well, pretty soon it was 7 o'clock, and the civilian was still asking questions with his eyes bulging out. So I had one more beer, and I went back to the hotel. And you know what? Somebody had been in my room. I tried to figure out how anybody could have got in there without the hotel people putting up a big squawk, and they said they didn't know anything about it. And then, all of a sudden, I remembered. I remembered that night I was at your house, and we ate the chicken a la king and chitted about the knife and stuff. I went back to the hotel, and I'd lost my key. Might have been in a taxi cab or someplace, I don't know where. It was a good thing the hotel people had another key for my room, even if the night clerk did beef about people losing keys. Can't get Merle to make him or some long line of stuff like that, so I said, okay, bud, I'll pay you for it. I went upstairs and hit the sack. So you know what I think? Somebody either found the key or sneaked it out of my pocket someplace and decided to see what I had lying around that was worth dromming. He'd done a pretty good job of going through my bags and my dresser drawers. And the only thing that was missing was a little book of mine. A notebook, kind of a diary. Hey, where you going? Come on, sit down. No, I'll only be a few more minutes. Come on, sit down. Now, that's it. I got to pay off to all this. Oh, this is really something. Well, you comfortable now? The book wouldn't be much use to anybody but me, except for 1 or 2 especially hot parts. I hated to lose them. I was pretty griped, and I yelled for the house ticket at the hotel that he was out having a plate of pig's knuckles or a salad bowl or something, and he wouldn't be in till 10. Anyway, he wouldn't have been much good. He even looked like a house dick. So I sat down to think. Then I got up and looked for fingerprints. Penitentiary training, you know. I was in charge of the print file the first year I was there. Oh, I can lift a print with an ex-homicide bureau man. Yeah, sure, I found some. You dropped your cigarette. I stuck them in an envelope and nailed them to the cops. The mail chute was just outside my door. Everything was ducky, except for one thing. Wait till I light a cigarette. You still got that paper? Okay, I won't be long now. Now, the last thing I remember was hearing the door of the clothes closet squeak open. I started to get up, and that's when I got the knife through my back. Dead? Why, sure I'm dead. You wonder how I'm talking to you on the radio, don't you? Well, pal, you can do so many things on the radio if you're smart. Now, listen, you got that piece of paper? Good, listen now. I'm going to ask you 3 simple little questions. And when I ask you the questions in order, you answer me by reading the answers in turn off your piece of paper, okay? Okay, here we go. The first one. Is that blood on your hands? The second. Whose blood is it? And the third. Whose knife was that was left sticking in my back? Okay, pal. Your prints are down at the bureau. I'm in the morgue. The cops have got the knife. And I think somebody heard what you just said. Oh, one thing more. You were wondering what my job was at the penitentiary. I was the executioner. Comes out even, doesn't it? And isn't that somebody at your door, pal? You have been listening to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Pat O'Malley was the man on the telephone. The girl was Vicky Vola. And Mother was Charmaine Allen. Music, as usual, for Quiet Please is composed and played by Gene Carrazzo. And now for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Next week's story is called The Big Box. It's a story of what happened one night to a truck driver on a coast-to-coast haul that he didn't want to make.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup presents Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is Raymond, your host, at the squeaking door. Come in, won't you? Well, you're shivering. Cold? Oh. Well, don't let it throw you. Just remember that many are cold, but few are frozen. Well, our story, to be different tonight, is about murder. Murder and a clock. So, if you've got a little time to kill, let's do it now, huh?
Why, Mr. Raymond, nobody can really kill time.
Well, maybe not. Did you ever hear of an alarmed clock?
Mr. Raymond, someday you're going to choke on one of those puns.
And won't that be nice, Mary? Then you can revive me with guess what, Lipton tea.
Oh, dear. Must this go on week after week? Why must I talk to the only person in the world who doesn't know the proper uses of Lipton tea?
Oh, don't say that.
It isn't used to revive people. At least not in the way you mean it. Of course, lots of folks do find that Lipton's makes the day seem brighter. Yes, it sort of helps them through their housework to sit down now and then between meals, as well as at dinner and supper, and enjoy a cup of Lipton tea. And the reason why Lipton's is so satisfying is because of that one little word, brisk. B-R-I-S-K. Tea experts say that Lipton's has a brisk flavor, which means that it always tastes tangy and bracing. It's never flat or wishy-washy. So folks ask for Lipton tea at your grocer's. You just don't know how good tea can be till you've tried Lipton.
Yes, and when you leave the grocer, step next door to the clockmaker's shop and ask him for the Judas clock. If he doesn't have it on hand, just ask him to give you the works. Yes, the title of tonight's story is The Judas Clock. It's an original radio play by that old clock watcher, Christopher Mayo. Our star is Barry Kroger, who plays the role of Sebastian Thacker.
I'm a clockmaker. I carry on the profession my father taught me in London. I like clocks. All that is but one. For 30 years, I've looked for a certain clock and a certain man. The clock is known to collectors as the Judas clock. The man I swore to kill when, as a boy of 14, I closed my father's glazing eyes and wiped the froth of blood from his lips. Last night, I found the Judas clock. Tonight, I may have found the man.
I'm told you're an expert clock repairman, Mr.
Packer, madam. Yes, I suppose I am.
Well, I have a clock. Rather, my husband has, and it hasn't run for years. Would you have a look at it?
Well, can't you bring it in?
Oh, heavens, no. It weighs 500 pounds. One of those huge marble things. Italian Renaissance, I'd say.
Marble? Italian? Well, can you describe it further?
Well, it's rather unusual. Black marble. Heavily carved with biblical characters. The ivory face has a beautifully etched scene on it. But it's a gruesome one.
Gruesome? What kind of a scene?
It's a picture of a man hanging from a tree.
Judas.
His face is positively ghastly.
The Judas clock. I knew without seeing it why the clock wouldn't run. It had been built in Italy for a prince of the House of Savoy in 1598. He conceived the idea when he discovered that his family's treasures included the 30 pieces of silver of Judas Iscariot. The clock was made to run only when the 30 silver coins of Judas were in place in the clock's hollow weights. 15 in each weight. And the coins had been in my possession since the day of my father's death. Somewhere inside me, that clock still beats its deep-throated song. And I have but to close my eyes to hear again my father's voice.
An evil clock, son. As evil as Satan himself. And it's cursed. It is a legend that every man who has owned it has died a violent and bloody death.
Well, Mr. Taggart, can you fix it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was daydreaming. Why, yes. Does Mr.
Arnold.
Arnold. Does Mr. Arnold know that you're having the clock repaired?
No. We've only been married a few weeks, and I'd like to have it working when he comes back to town tomorrow. Sort of a surprise.
Yes, I see. I'll be there in half an hour, Mrs. Arnold. So last night, I went to the Arnold house and found the Judas clock again. I started to work. Foghorns from the East River sounded much as I remembered they did in London. And suddenly, I was back there on a fateful day, about a fortnight after the clock had been uncrated by my father. I was in the shop when the man from Scotland Yard stepped in. He walked straight to the clock and stared at it.
Good afternoon, sir. Does the clock interest you?
Very much. When did you acquire it?
A cousin bought it at an auction in Italy, and I'm displaying it for sale and consignment.
My name's Pettibone, Scotland Yard. I've been looking for this clock for a month. It was stolen in Italy.
Stolen?
Yes, Mr. Baker. And worse, murder was done. Afraid you're involved in a bit of something here.
Murder?
I'm taking possession of the clock in the name of the Crown.
I shall never forget the look of horror on the detective's face a moment later. He laid his hand on the clock's carving, and it froze there, while his face drained white and his eyes bulged. He opened and closed his mouth soundlessly and crumpled to the floor with his hands to his throat. He was still and twisted and very dead. Mr. Pettibone had died of a heart attack the moment he took possession of the clock. I helped Father drag him into the stockroom. Father wanted time to think, so I went to my room. I dozed off only to wake hours later at the sound of angry voices.
Well, Cousin Andrew, you've done me a fine turn, haven't you?
I've told you I didn't mean to kill the old girl. It was an accident. Don't talk so loud. Boy will hear us.
You killed her as soon as you learned she'd made out a will in your favor. Then when you thought it was safe, you sold all her furnishings and sent the clock to me to sell.
Very well, I did. You're in it till the ears.
I'll go to the police.
And how will you explain poor, stiff Mr. Pettibone lying in your stockroom all this while? Besides, Timothy, there's nothing to fear now. Pettibone's gone. He was the only one who suspected me. Now, you're the only one who knows.
I'll create this cursed black monster tomorrow, and you leave with it.
And will you also create Mr. Pettibone? I have a plan. Here, sit down in this chair, right here. I'll show you how we can solve the whole thing.
My young heart beat with a wild dread as I listened. I could only see Cousin Andy's back, but I could see Father seated dejectedly in the chair near the Judas clock, his head in his hands. It was midnight. All the clocks in the shop began striking the hour, and louder than all the rest was the chime of the evil clock. If only then I had known, I might have done something. The slow strokes beat on. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And before my horrified eyes, the heavy marble piece leaned slowly from the wall and crashed across my father's back. Mandy stood facing my father as the clock crushed his frail form and choked him. He made pitiful little sounds, his eyes begging for life. And the murderer just stood, his back to me.
What thundering sinners, you die hard.
Cousin Andy ran from the shop crying for help. He would claim an accident. I raced into the shop. My father was dead. I choked back my tears, and I closed the poor, staring eyes. I took the coins of Judas from the weights of the clock and ran from the shop, the blood-stained pieces jangling merrily in my pocket. Armed with the notion that the coins were of value, and the definite notion that I must eat, I approached one of the many dingy little curio shops in the Limehouse district. I stepped through the fog toward a shop where a dim light burned in the rear. Every inch of wall and the ceiling was hung with curios, old armor, swords, and shields. I would have run out, but a weazened, apish man barked at me from the rear.
Well, what you want?
I have something to sell.
What you got?
I have the 30 pieces of silver that belong to Judas Iscariot.
I'll twist this scrawny neck off your pulling me leg, eh?
Oh, no, sir, I'm not pulling your leg, sir. Here they are.
All right. Silver, right enough. Where'd you pop them?
Oh, I didn't steal them, sir. They belong to my father.
A likely tale, then.
Will you buy them?
Buy him, he says. Buy him. Get out of here before I cause a bobby a scant. Get out!
Oh, no, give me my coin.
Get out or I'll come about and fetch you a sound one.
The ugly brute came toward me. He held my coins clutched in a tight, hairy fist. Before I could move, he had struck me. And I hit the wall with a clatter. And then it happened again. For the second time that night, the curse of the Judas clock struck. As I hit the wall, my eye caught a metallic glint above, and a heavy object dropped from the ceiling. The man was about to strike me again when the object struck his head. And remained part of him. He fell. His skull split in two by a hangman's axe. Clamped my mouth on a cry and pried the man's fist open. The fresh blood made it hard, but I recovered the coins. I stumbled in panic through the shop and out into the night. And the fog of London never swallowed a more frightened and lonely boy.
That nasty fog swallowing a little boy. That reminds me of a little nursery rhyme. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 2. Look out, it might strike you.
Heavens, I'm glad I don't own that terrible clock.
Oh, don't say that, Mary. Just think if you had the Judas clock, then time wouldn't hang heavily on you. No, it would fall on you.
Well, if it did fall and you rescued me, wouldn't that make you a time saver?
Well, split my sides with an axe if Mary didn't make with a joke.
Well, a very little one, Mr. Raymond.
That's true.
But seriously, I do have something to say about a time saver. And I'm thinking about Lipton tea. You know, Lipton's is such a handy beverage. It takes a little time to prepare, and it's always so welcome. Yes, its famous brisk flavor makes it enjoyable, not just at your own meal times, but between meals and whenever folks drop in for a visit. That's why it's a good idea to buy Lipton's in the larger, more economical size packages. That's right. The larger packages are much thriftier. So you see, it's wise to keep on hand a really good supply of that brisk-flavored Lipton tea.
Oh, sure, it'll come in handy to warm up the chills you get from these inner sanctum stories. And, brother, you're going to shiver plenty with Barry Kroger as Sebastian Packer as this story goes on about the Judas clock.
I hadn't touched those horrible coins of Judas Iscariot since the day the storekeeper was killed. By now, I half believed the legend that death followed them. I began to feel that the only way I could escape their curse was to find the Judas clock and put the coins back in its weights where they belonged. One day, as I read the notices in the Times, my heart skipped a beat. It said, auction of clocks. Chopin Place, auction room, Saturday at 7. Rare items, one of them fine Italian Renaissance piece of black marble. Rare treat for collectors. Come early.
Interested in something, young man?
Oh, why, yes. Well, that is nothing in particular. Just looking at these splendid pieces. I thought I might stay for the auction.
Look about. Auction won't start for a bit yet.
I sauntered toward the black clock. My hand had scooped all the coins from my pocket. I would have to work fast and noiselessly. My sweating fingers began to unscrew the small cover on one of the weights. I would soon have the coins put back as I thought.
What have you got in your hand there? Let's have a look.
No, nothing at all. I was just examining.
Examining my foot? You've got a flock of coins there. You must have taken them from somewhere in the clock.
Yes. No, give them to me. Sometimes when things happen quickly, the mind retains details that would otherwise escape notice. As the man and I struggled, I dropped the clock's weight. It hit a short, round bit of metal directly below it. The man had a vice-like grip on my clenched hands.
Blasted little wretch. No, I'll wrench your hand off for you.
I heard a whirring sound within the clock, and before my horrified eyes, the supporting panel at the front of the clock's face slowly lifted on hinges. The clock was off balance and began to fall forward. I screamed a warning. The auction man was dead, mashed to a pulp of bone and blood beneath the clock, as my father had been. I ran to the door and out into the street. I was right back where I'd started. Only now I knew that my father had been murdered by Cousin Andy. I walked for miles, trying to pull myself together. I wandered aimlessly, or so I thought. But fate had traced my path before me, because I was startled to find myself staring into the shop window of a rare coin dealer named Megaroyd. I walked into the shop. Mr. Megaroyd was a nice little man. He smiled a bit quizzically at my firm belief that I possessed the betrayal coins of Judas. I poured them onto his counter.
Oh, I say, you could be right, you know. Well, these are the right era. I say, suppose they are. Let me put a glass to them.
Mr. McElroy, would they be worth a great deal, even if they weren't the...
Well, let me see. Yes, gracious, yes, they should be worth a great deal as collector's items alone.
Well, Mr. McElroy, I feel that there's something I should tell you about these pieces. They...
Yes?
Oh, it's not important.
Oh, well, now, just a moment. I have a catalogue on this here in my show window. I'll fetch it. Just a jiffy.
The coins lay on the counter. I watched Mr. McElroy run down the aisle. As he approached the display window, his foot caught in an electric wire which lay across the floor. The lights went out, and I saw him pitch forward and... Mr. McElroy! Mr. McElroy! The street light peered through the broken plate glass and played across a grotesquely sprawled form in the show window. I needed no more light than there was to see what had happened. The upper half of the heavy plate had broken and dropped flat against the solid lower half. There was no need to ask how he was. No guillotine could have done a neater job. Mr. Megaloid had no head.
Who else but death can own the coins of Judas?
Tonight, I shall find out if Mr. Arnold is Cousin Andrew. If he is, I shall feel no remorse in killing him tonight. Because while working to repair the Judas clock last night, I discovered how my father's accidental death had been well-conceived, diabolic murder. When the right-hand weight reached the floor of the clock on the 12th stroke of midnight, it tripped a trigger which collapsed the base of the clock and caused it to fall forward. My father had died on the 12th stroke of midnight.
Have you finished, Mr. Packer?
No, Mrs. Arnold. I shall have to come back tomorrow night. What time do you expect Mr. Arnold tomorrow?
About 11, I'd say. Will you be finished by then?
Well, I think so. I'll have to take these weights to the shop with me, though. Something has to be added to them.
Well, of course, Mr. Packer. Mr. Arnold will be so surprised to see the clock running, won't he?
You'll be very surprised, Mrs. Arnold. I've put the coins in their place within the weights. Not 15 in each weight, but 15 in one and 10 in the other. The other 5 coins are in my pocket. In another pocket, I have a small 38, although I don't plan to use it. 8 o'clock, and I have a 30-year-old date to keep.
Good evening.
Oh.
Mr. Packer?
Yes, but I'm closing now.
I see you are. My name is Arnold. Just came in from Chicago. Sorry to spoil your little surprise. Or my wife's, rather.
You surprised her instead?
Yes. She had to confess. I wanted to go out, so she had to tell me about engaging you to repair the Judas clock.
You don't want it repaired?
By all means, I insist. It's a splendid idea. But what I came for, really, was to tell you that you and I have much to talk about.
Oh, do we?
Yes. But look, close your place and bring along whatever you need to fix the clock, and we'll talk about it at my place.
I'm all set. Let's go.
Think you'll have it fixed in time to strike midnight?
Oh, yes. Yes, it will strike at midnight. Right. Well, there we are, Mr. Arnold. Weights are in place. Let's see. Exactly 10 minutes before midnight. Set the hands. And just a little shove on the pendulum. So. And the Judas clock ticks again.
It's an evil clock, son. Evil as Satan himself.
The Judas clock wakes from a 30-year sleep. Hey, Cousin Sebastian.
What?
That's what I wanted to tell you. My wife told me your father owned this clock in London.
Well, yes.
I was your father's cousin. You're Sebastian Packard, the little boy who ran away that night. Yes. I wonder how much you know of that horrible night when your father was killed.
Well, I know the clock fell on Father. I heard the sound from my room, and I was so frightened. And down the rear steps in time to see them carry Father away. He was all covered up.
So that was why I didn't find you in your room afterward. It happened so fast. We were sitting, talking. The clocks were striking 12. Suddenly, the base of the clock seemed to cave in, and...
I know.
I bought the clock at an auction a few years later. And it all fixed. It's good and solid now. I saw to that.
Yes, sir. Well, I suppose I'll run along now, Cousin Andy.
Nonsense. Let's make up for lost time and get acquainted.
Well,
come now. I have some fine old port from England here. Sit down a while. No, not that chair.
No?
This one's a lot more comfortable.
It's a funny thing. When you work with clocks, as long as I have, you get to philosophizing about time.
That's so. How?
Well, here I sit by the big clock, just as my father sat 30 years ago. You know how many seconds ago that was, Cousin Andy?
No. Do you?
Well, 315,360,000 seconds in 10 years. That'd be 9,460,800,000 seconds in 30 years.
You've got quite a mechanical mind, Sebastian. Here, try this port.
Thank you. Here's to Father. What's the matter, Cousin Andy? Are you ill?
No.
Your face is quite drawn, gray.
Shut up.
Well, Cousin Andy, it's late. I guess I'd best go. You know, you do look awfully sick. Oh, don't get up, old man. Here, sit down and relax. Take my chair. It's the more comfortable. Oh, you're shaking like a leaf. Now, just sit quietly. I'll see myself out.
Thundering sinners.
Good night, Cousin Andy.
Sebastian. Sebastian. Get it off. Thank heaven's name.
Poor Cousin Andy. You're choking to death. You die hard, too, don't you? It was just a matter of timing. I set the hand a minute fast and the weight didn't touch your clever little spring device till just now because it's lighter by 5 pieces of cursed Judas money. Rest easy, Father. And he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple and departed and went and hanged himself.
But a fine chime was had by all. Anybody want to buy a large grandfather clock? I'm in the market for a sundial myself.
A sundial? My, they are old-timey. Say, Mr. Raymond, if you're afraid of clocks that tick, why don't you try to get hold of one of those old Egyptian water clocks?
Oh, Mary, now you're going to tell me that when tea time comes around, the water begins to boil in the clock?
Well, that would be quite an invention. But no, Mr. Raymond, right now I'm not going to talk about Lipton tea. Instead, I'm going to tell our listeners about an important job that lies ahead. A fight that's far from finished. Yes, the battle for Japan. Our government says that this Pacific War will be one of the most bitter and difficult in history. Never before has a nation fought so far away from its own shores. And to support this fight, we at home must work even harder at our home front activities. We must keep on buying more and more bombs, and we must hold on to them. And above all, we must stay on our war job until the job in the Pacific is over.
Well, I'll leave you with a cheerful, timely moral. Oh, that goes with tonight's story. No extra charge. Now, you can figure out how many seconds you've lived. All right, that's your pastime. But you can't figure out how many you've got left. That's just sometime. You know what I mean? Well, I'll see you in just 604,800 seconds from right now. Well, that's next Tuesday night at 9 o'clock, of course. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is The Lucky Stiff by Craig Rice. Well, now it's really time to close that there squeaking door until next Tuesday night when Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup bring you another Inner Sanctum Mystery directed by Hyman Brown. So until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, if you'd like to give the boys overseas a real taste of home, then why not include a package or two of Lipton's Noodle Soup Mix the next time you send them a box of food? Yes, Lipton's has the same homemade, chickeny taste as the soup you make right in your own kitchen. That's why it's a thoughtful, welcome little gift to send Lipton's. And as you know yourself, Lipton's Noodle Soup makes a grand snack. So remember, send a package or two to your boy. And remember to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Granite Furniture Company, with stores in Sugar House, Murray, and Provo, presents The Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall ascend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of The Judge's House. The Granite Furniture Company brings you the Hall of Fantasy. Listen now to original tales of the imagination and some of the classics of the supernatural as we take you down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to the mysterious realms of the unknown. These are stories of eerie and fantastic thrills brought to you by your friends at the Granite Furniture Stores. And now for tonight's story, a radio adaptation by Bob Olson of Bram Stoker's story entitled The Judge's House. Justice. Peace. How can we be certain of either when hatred burns unchecked, even beyond the grave? I am Malcolm Lane. This is my story. I want to tell it to you while there is still time. I watched them carry the parcels into the judge's house. Mrs. Whittam, whom I had engaged as my housekeeper for the next 3 months, was directing the activity. She was an amusing little character. I had to promise that she wouldn't have to stay in the house after it began to get dark. The upholsterer's man was coming up the pathway with a cart and a new bed. Mrs. Whittam had insisted on this one new piece of furniture because, as she put it,
a bed that just hasn't been aired for 50 years is not fit for young bodies to lie on.
And she was right, of course. But my head was too full of plans for study to worry about such details as my living quarters. As for the tales about the harsh old judge whose house this had once been, I had only a mild enthusiasm. He must have been quite a character, though, to make an entire village fear him and his house, even 50 years after his death. Mrs. Whittam was positive there was something about the old place, though she nor anyone else quite knew what it was. The consensus of opinion, however, was that they would not take all the money in Grinwater's bank to spend an hour here alone. But Mrs. Whittam startled me with a very rational statement.
The place is full of rats, and rats is bogies, just the same as bogies is rats.
That explanation suited me very well, for as I said once before, my head was full of plans to study. Examinations were coming up soon, and I had paid 3 months' rent on this old house so that I would be assured of peace and quiet while I prepared for them. The only mysteries I'm interested in, Mrs. Whittam, are those of harmonical progression and elliptical functions. They're mystery enough for me.
Not that you won't find company here, Mr. Lane. I've already cleaned all of 50 years of dust from everything. Oh, but that waistcoat in this room must be hundreds of years old. And you'll find creaky doors aplenty, and loose flats all over, ready to flap in the wind, and bureau drawers that stick and then fall down in the middle of the night.
And don't forget the rats.
No, Mr. Lane, don't forget the rats.
The workmen were all gone, and but for the busy little figure of the housekeeper, I was alone. It was for this that I'd taken the tiresome ride to Benchurch, a remote little town that had all the attractions of a desert. It was drawing close to evening as Mrs. Whittam was unpacking the last hamper, and I could see that she was beginning to cast worried glances about as the shadows began to creep into the corners of this huge dining room I'd chosen for my living quarters. Oh, you may go now, Mrs. Whittam. It's getting dark in here, and I'm sure you're anxious to get home. You've done well with this old room. I shall reward you with complete possession of this house for the last 2 months of my tenancy. 3 or 4 weeks will be all I'll need, and I'd hate to see that rent money go to waste.
Thank you kindly, sir, but I wouldn't stay here
I know, for all the money in Drinkwater's bank. I'm really grateful, for I do want to be alone. And if you were not so opposed to it, I might be tempted to accept your company.
Ah, you young gentlemen. You fear nothing, and I'm certain you'll get all the solitude you need here. Good night, sir. You'll find your supper beneath the cloth.
Good night, Mrs. Whittam. Oh, yes, this was comfort. After I'd finished my supper, I cleared the great oak table and got my books out. Then when I'd put fresh wood in the fire and trimmed the lamp, I sat down to a spell of hard work. I hardly looked up from my books until nearly 11 o'clock, at which time I threw some more wood in the fire and indulged in one of my most deeply ingrained habits, that of tea drinking. I thoroughly enjoyed tea and drank it this night with a sense of real enjoyment. Soon the new wood I had thrown on the fire began to crackle, and the new flame threw quaint shadows about the great old room. And as I sat there sipping my tea, I reveled in a complete sense of isolation. Then, for the first time, I noticed the noise of the rats. Strange, I hadn't heard them before. Maybe they're just getting used to me. But they're bold enough now. How busy they were. And what strange noises they made. Up and down the old wainscot they went, and over the ceiling and over the floor, racing and gnawing and scratching. There were so many of them that I'd have sworn that if they set their strength to it, they could have carried the house away. I had a smile when I recalled the words of Mrs. Whittam. Rats is bogies, and bogies is rats. The stimulation of the tea gave me a sense of security, and I grabbed the lamp to take a good look around the room. Strange why such a beautiful old place should have been so neglected for all this time. The carving in the oak panels of the wainscot was fine indeed, and that around the doors and windows was of rare merit. I saw some old pictures on the wall next to the fireplace, but they were coated so thick with dust that I couldn't distinguish any of their details, even though I did hold the lamp high above my head. Now and then I would get a quick start as the light fell upon the old walls and disclosed the glittering eyes of a rat as he would stick his face out of a hole or a crack. In an instant, it would disappear with a squeak and a scamper. Another object that struck me as odd was the rope of a great alarm bell that hung in the corner of the room on the right-hand side of the fireplace. After my inspection tour, I sat in a high-backed chair that was near the fireplace and sipped from another cup of tea. For a while, I thought the noise of the rats would drive me to distraction, but that eased off and I became accustomed to it, the same as a person gets used to the roar of water when he camps beside a stream. Soon I was so engrossed in a mathematical problem that I forgot everything else in the world. But since the solution to the problem came stubbornly, I looked up and was surprised to see that the fire had fallen to a dull red glow. There was a sudden quiet, the strange hush that comes in the hour before dawn. I became aware for the first time the noise of the rats had ceased. When it had happened, I couldn't remember. But something instinctive told me that it had been in the last few moments, and that it had been sudden. I looked up, and what I saw was a most amazing thing. For there on the high-backed chair sat an enormous rat, staring at me through deadly, malignant eyes. I tried to frighten it away, but it didn't stir. I made a motion as if to throw something at it. But it only bared its teeth angrily, and its cruel eyes shone all the more bright. I'd grabbed the poker from the hearth and was going to kill the creature. But before I could reach it, that enormous rat jumped to the floor, and with a squeak that sounded like a consummate hit of the whole world, scampered up the rope of the alarm bell and disappeared in the darkness. Then, as if by a signal, the noise of the other rats started all over again. By this time, I gave up working my problem and bartered it for some much-needed sleep. It was Mrs. Whittam who woke me as she came in to make up the room.
You're much paler this morning, Mr. Lane.
I am.
You shouldn't stay up so late with your work. It isn't good for you. But tell me, how did you spend the night? I was certainly glad to see you.
Alive? Oh, yes, that was quite all right, Mrs. Whittam. The something didn't worry me too much. But the rats certainly held themselves a camp meeting. There was one that sat up in that chair by the fireplace and wouldn't go away until I chased him with a poker. It was the biggest old devil I've ever seen.
Old devil? Maybe it was the old devil.
I only meant
Never
that...
you mind, sir. Many a true word is spoken in jest.
Well, pardon me, Mrs. Whittam. I didn't mean to be rude. But the thought of the old devil himself sitting in that chair last night struck me as being rather funny.
And it's a good thing you can laugh. But all the same, if I were to spend the night here tonight, oh, heaven forbid, I'd make sure I was ready for him.
That night, the rats put on an earlier show, for their scamperings began almost as soon as I'd finished with my supper. The cursed creatures seemed to get on my nerves, and I sat there and puffed my pipe. While they squealed and scratched and gnawed. They seemed to grow bolder by the minute. By now they were coming to the chinks and cracks in the wall until their eyes shone like miniature lamps when the firelight struck them. They'd even make bold sallies under the floor, and I'd have to frighten them away by pounding on the table with my fist. That was how I passed the early part of that night. Despite it, I became more and more engrossed in my studies. And then, a strange sensation coursed through me. For there it was again. Instinctively, I grabbed the handiest object I could find, a book, and flung it at the baleful little beast. But the book was too hastily aimed, and the huge rat didn't stir. So once again, I went into the poker routine. And once again, it put up the rope of the alarm bell. I tried to follow its flight more closely this time, but before I could see where it went, it had been swallowed up in the shadows. And just as it had happened last night, as soon as the big rat had gone, the others resumed their activity. I looked at my watch and found that it was very close to midnight. I had built up the fire and brewed myself a pot of tea. I tried to get back to my work, but I suddenly became curious to know where the rat had disappeared to. For I was certain that tomorrow I would most likely get myself a rat trap. I gathered all my books about me and put them in a handy position for throwing. Then I took the rope of the alarm bell and placed the end of it upon the table underneath the lamp, where there'd be plenty of light on it. As I picked up the rope, I was amazed how pliable and strong it was. Ideal, I thought, for hanging a man. Soon my preparations were complete. Now, this time, my friend, I intend to learn more about you. Once again, I was hard at my work, and the noise of the rats was forgotten. But just as suddenly as before, I was aroused by that same sense of startling silence. I was conscious of a slight movement in the rope at my elbow. Without stirring, I checked to see if my pile of books was in easy reach. It was. I cast my glance up the rope just in time to see the huge rat drop from it to the back of the high oak chair. I grabbed a book and hurled it. With amazing agility, the rat sprang aside and dodged it. I threw a second and a third, but each time it managed to dodge my battery. It was almost funny, almost. Finally, When I was down to the last book, I took careful aim, and as I did this, the rat squeaked and seemed afraid. I let the book fly. It struck the rat with a resounding thud. It gave out a shrill, terrified shriek, and running up the back of the chair, made a desperate leap, and with the speed of a bolt of lightning ran up the bell rope. The lamp rocked with a strain, but it didn't topple. Then I saw the rat leap to a molding and disappear through the hole in one of the big pictures that hung on the wall. I made a mental note of the exact spot. Third picture from the fireplace, huh? I'll remember that and have Mrs. Whittem scrub it clean the first thing tomorrow morning. I began to pick up the books I had thrown at the rat. As I did so, I took a good look at their titles. Conic sections. Mr. Rat doesn't seem to mind that. Neither did this one on cycloidal oscillations. And this one on thermodynamics he dodged very neatly. Oh. Here's the book that got him. As I looked at the title of the book that had finally hit the huge rat, I could feel a pallor spread across my face. For the title of that book was The Holy Bible.
You are listening to The Judge's House by Bram Stoker in tonight's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy, brought to you by your friends at the Granite Furniture Company with stores in Sugar House, Murray, and Provo. And now back to the story by Bram Stoker entitled The Judge's House.
Mr. Lane, this is Dr. Thornhill.
Dr. Thornhill, are you ill, Mrs. Whittem?
Your pardon, Mr. Lane, but Mrs. Whittem wanted me to come up here and have a talk with you.
A talk? Well, in that case, let me prepare some tea for you.
Oh, please don't. That's one of the things I came to talk to you about. Mrs. Whittem thinks you drink more strong tea than is good for you. She tells me also that you put in quite long hours at your studies.
Mrs. Whittem, I engaged you as a housekeeper, not as a guardian.
Oh, please, Mr. Lane, I didn't
As a matter of fact, Lane, she didn't mean to have me talk to you at all. That was my idea.
I see. Well, now that you're here, what do you want me to do?
Leave this house.
Well, even if I could see the reason for it, I doubt if I would. But as for the tea and late hours, I might be able to give them up. Would it make you feel any better, Mrs. Whittem, if I promised not to study after 1 o'clock tonight?
Yes, if you promise.
Then I promise.
I advise you, not as a total stranger to your problem, Mr. Lane. I was a student once myself, you know.
Of course. Shall we shake on it, Doctor?
Fine. Now, if you will, I wish you'd tell me what you've noticed in this house.
Well, it's just as I've told Mrs. Whittem. I'd be working late, and I'd suddenly... And when I looked to see which book it was that had struck the rat, the devil, as Mrs. Whittem calls it, I was amazed to find that it was the Holy Bible. There now. Please, Mrs. Whittem, you're not hurt.
Now, Mr. Lane, you say the rat always went up the rope of that alarm bell?
Always.
I suppose you know what that rope is?
No, why?
It's the very rope the hangman used to execute the victims of the judge's hatred.
Oh, no.
Now, Mrs. Whittem, there's no reason to get upset about this, really.
Doctor, you shouldn't put such horrible thoughts in poor Mr. Lane's mind. He has enough to unseat him already.
I did it for a definite purpose. Mr. Lane, I want you to fix your attention on that rope. Now, I know you're sound of mind and body, but hard work and long hours and this suggestion of the devil, especially in this lonely old house, can do things to the mind. Now, I don't mean this is any offense, but if you should find yourself having, well, hallucinations or some unexplainable fright, I want you to pull that rope. It'll give us some kind of a warning in the village. We might be able to be of some help.
Well, thank you, Doctor. I'll do that. I may get stuck with a problem.
Fine. Goodbye, Mr. Lane, and, well, I wouldn't be surprised if Benchurch hears the alarm bell from the judge's house tonight.
I didn't quite share the doctor's views, but just the same, I caught myself staring at the bell rope. The more I stared, the more restless I became, and every now and then my mind would conjure up the vision of some wretched victim dangling from the end of it. But that line of thinking would have me out of my mind in a hurry. Mrs. Whittem had made the place neat and homey. I wandered over to one of the big windows and flung it open. I was surprised to find that a sharp wind had come up, a very cold wind for April. It was more than a sharp wind, really, for it was carrying a stone. Little drops of rain began to pelt me in the face until soon it came a thing of fury. I bolted the shutters and built up the fire with some fresh wood. I was uncomfortable and was only vaguely conscious of the reason. Suddenly I knew. The rats were quiet tonight. It gave me a slight case of the jitters, and I instinctively took a hasty glance at the bell rope. The rope was quite still. I wanted a hot cup of tea, but remembering my promise to Mrs. Whittam, I desisted. Instead, I set up a great oak table and opened my books. Soon I had started a problem, and the noise of the rats began. For the first time since I had taken up residence in the judge's house, I was glad to hear those rats. I had worked for an hour or so and suddenly became conscious of the furious storm outside. I was thankful that I didn't have to be out of it. The faint movement of the bell rope compelled me to walk over to it and take it in my hand. I saw nothing. It had only been the wind, and the rope was rising and falling gently with each new gust of air, which caused the bell to sway back and forth a little. That rope had a deadly fascination to it. I wondered what the judge wanted such a grisly memento in his house. The thought of it sent a chill through me. Or was it a thought? Didn't I sense a tremor along that rope? I couldn't be sure, but at that moment I remembered the picture. I walked over to the table, picked up the lamp, and approached the spot where I'd seen the picture the night before. I counted out the pictures until I came to the third one from the fireplace. Even before I raised the lamp, I could see that Mrs. Whittam had washed it clean as I had told her to do. Then what I saw gave me such a start that I nearly dropped the lamp. My knees almost gave way beneath me, and I was conscious of huge beads of perspiration that were forming on my forehead. Just looking at it made me tremble like an aspen leaf. The picture seemed fairly to leap out at me. For there, dressed in his scarlet and ermine robes with the judge, with his merciless, evil face, his sensual mouth, and a nose that was shaped like the beak of a bird of prey. His face had a cadaverous coloring. It was a ghastly picture. But it was the eyes that really made me go cold. For those eyes were... And heaven help me if I'm going mad. Those eyes were the exact duplicate of the evil eyes of the great rat. The picture had been painted in this very room. I began to compare the two, and as my eyes swept the room, they were suddenly riveted to the judge's chair. For there, with the rope hanging behind it, sat the huge rat with the judge's eyes, and the hatefulness was now intensified with a fiendish leer. Never did the wind howl so. This had to stop. I wanted some tea, but I didn't take any. The doctor had been quite right. The nerve must have been drawn pretty taut. Strange, too, because I never was in better health. Well, no tea. We'll substitute some brandy. Let's see now. I had a stiff glass of the brandy and went back to work. The rats were at it again, and I was glad to hear them, for they had become a sort of symbol of normalcy. The storm raised such a fury that I was unaware of anything else. But once, during a sharp, silent lull, I heard another sound, a faint, squeaking noise. I listened for it again and soon detected it. It was coming from the corner of the room where the bell rope hung. At first I thought it was just the motion of the rope in the storm, but I looked up and saw something in the dim light that made me all the more positive that I was going mad. For there was the great rat, clinging to the rope and gnawing at it. I could see the lighter coloring where the bare strands were exposed. Just then the rat finished the job, and the rope fell to the floor with a thud. For a moment, the huge rat just hung there like a tassel. It was then that I realized what had happened. My only contact with the village was now gone. I don't know why, but I rushed to the lamp on the table, snatched off the shade, and ran over to the picture of the judge. A chill of horror went through me. But I think I must have expected what I saw. It seemed more like a confirmation than a shock. For there in the center of the picture was a great patch of brown canvas, as clean and as fresh as the day it had been drawn over the frame. And where the portrait of the judge himself had been, there was nothing. I heard a sound behind me. When I turned around, I really got the palsy. I suddenly became incapable of movement. I could hardly think. I had been prepared to see most anything, but what was there? For there in the judge's high-backed chair, with his black cap in his hand, his ermine robes fixed about him with a smile of triumph twisting his cruel mouth, was the judge himself. As the clock struck the hour, it seemed to beat the blood right out of my heart. At the 12th stroke, The judge placed the black cap on his head and walked deliberately over to the place where the piece of bell rope lay in a heap on the floor. He picked it up and drew it through his hand as one would a valuable fur pelt. Then he began to knot one end, fashioning it into a noose. He tightened it and tested it with his foot. All this time he never took his horribly cruel eyes from my face. I began to feel trapped. For some reason, I could barely move. I could only watch as he started to move along the table toward me. And then with a quick movement, he threw the noose at me, as if to ensnare me in it. It missed. He raised it again, never once taking those hateful eyes from my face. Once more the noose came, flying toward me. Once more, with some last ounce of strength, I dodged it. The room seemed flooded with light. The lamp had suddenly flared up high. I looked about the room and was astonished to see the shiny little eyes of the rats as they peered out the cracks and chinks in the wall. I looked up at the bell rope, my lost and last hope of warning the village. It was covered with the little fellows. Funny thing, but those rats were the only thing that gave me even the slightest sense of comfort. For as the rats clambered along the bell rope, the bell itself began to sway, and I heard a tiny sound, yes, very tiny, as the clamper touched the bell itself. It was only a whisper of a sound, but it would grow louder in time. Or would it? At this sound, the judge looked up, and a scowl of terrible anger came to his face. His eyes were like red-hot coals, and he stamped his foot so that the house seemed to shake. The rats kept running up and down the rope as if they were conscious that it was a race against time. Now the judge was approaching me with a noose in his hand. As he came closer, there seemed to be something paralyzing in his presence, and I stood as rigid as a corpse. Suddenly, I felt the judge's icy fingers against the skin of my throat. He was adjusting the rope about my neck. Then he picked me up and stood me on the high oak chair and put his hand on the swaying end of the bell rope. As he raised his hand, I was conscious of my little rat friends fleeing through the hole in the ceiling. They were my last hope. I stood there in the chair and couldn't move a muscle. Now that my last hope seemed gone, I wanted the judge to hurry and get it over with. Soon he'd tied the end of the rope just about my neck, the dangling end of the bell rope. Then he jumped down to the floor and looked at me with those eyes that hated me so. The smile of diabolical triumph seemed to wreathe him in horror. I began to wonder about hangings. I wondered how long it would take, whether the doctor in the village could possibly reach me in time. For I knew that I would soon be sounding the alarm bell. I even wondered what kind of a shadow I'd cast on the wall as I dangled from the end of the rope in this grotesque candlelight. But I didn't wonder for long, because suddenly the judge grabbed the chair on which I was standing with a sudden movement, jerked it out from under me.
So runs the tale of The Judge's House. Remember to join us next week at the same time for another journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy.
Tonight's program was adapted from the story by Bram Stoker entitled The Judge's House. Heard in tonight's program were Dick Thorne as Malcolm Lane, Beth Calder as Mrs. Woodham, and Mal Wyman as the Doctor. Musical background was provided by Earl Donaldson. The technical supervisor was Nephi Sorensen. This program was written by Bob Olson and produced and directed by Richard Thorne. Remember, be with us again next Sunday night on call at 8:30 p.m. when the Granite Furniture Stores in Sugar House, Murray, and Provo will take you on another journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call Death Writes a Letter. My story begins last summer in the townhouse of Martin Drake, a well-known financier. Martin is deep in argument with his older brother, John, as his daughter, Susan, enters the room unnoticed.
John, how can you possibly believe in such things? Spiritualism, nonsense is a better word for it.
To a skeptic, everything is nonsense. But if you'd seen and heard what I have, you too would believe.
Hello, Father. Uncle John.
Hello, Susan.
I see you two are up to your old argument.
Well, your father's a very stubborn man, Susan.
Well, I may be stubborn, but I'm no fool. Imagine believing in spiritualism, telepathy, and all that Tommy rot.
I believe in spiritualism, Martin, and that the living can communicate with the dead. And nothing you can say will swerve me from my beliefs.
Uncle John, in all these years you've been studying spiritualism, have you ever been able to communicate with Aunt Judith?
No, Susan, I haven't. But there have been times late at night when I've all but broken through the barrier that separates us.
Oh, I give up. There's no use in arguing with a man who has an obsession.
Oh, that's fine, Father. Now the three of us can go into supper.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susan, but I can't stay for supper.
Oh, why not?
I have an appointment with an honorific.
A what?
An honorific, a man who's an interpreter of dreams.
John, good grief, don't tell me you believe in that, too.
Why not, Martin? For years, psychoanalysts have interpreted dreams in an effort to help their patients, the subconscious minds of the living, and sometimes bridge the vast gap of death.
Now, John, I'm warning you, if you don't give up this obsession of yours, there's no telling how you'll end.
I know you think I'm cracked, that all the years I've spent studying spiritualism have been wasted, but you're wrong. The living and the dead can communicate with each other, and someday you'll realize I'm right. Now, I really must be going, or I'll be late.
Well, Uncle John, you will drive up to the country with Father this weekend, won't you?
Oh, are you opening the summer place?
Yes, I'm driving up tomorrow to open the house and engage some servants.
Well, I'll try my best to join your father this weekend.
Oh, that's fine.
Don't bother showing me the door. Good night.
Good night, Uncle John.
Good night. To think that anyone in this day and age still believes in spiritualism, particularly your Uncle John, it's incredible.
I don't know, Father. Uncle John seems so sure of himself that sometimes I feel he may be right.
Oh, Susan, that's nonsense.
But look, Father, if it's all nonsense, why should Uncle John believe in it? You yourself have often said he's the most brilliant man you know.
And he is. It's just that, well, we all have our eccentricities, and John's is spiritualism. Until his wife died 5 years ago, he was just as sane as you or I. No living person has ever communicated with the dead, and none ever will.
Father, are you awake? Father?
What? Oh, Susan, come in, dear, come in.
Oh, I'm sorry if I woke you, Father.
Oh, it's all right. What time is it?
It's just 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock? Oh, what are you doing up and dressed so early?
I'm driving up to the country to open our summer place. Have you forgotten, Father?
Oh, yes, so you are.
Oh, didn't you sleep well last night, Father? There's circles under your eyes.
No, I spent a very poor night. I had a nightmare, but I can't seem to remember what it was about.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father. Tell me, is there anything I can get you?
No, I'll be all right. You run along.
Oh, I need the keys to the car.
Oh, yes, you'll find them over there on my desk. And if you need any money, help yourself.
Oh, thank you, Father, but I have enough money.
Have you found the keys?
Oh, yes, here they are. Oh, do you want me to mail this letter on your desk?
What letter?
Well, this one. It isn't addressed. All that's written on the envelope is one word. Urgent.
Urgent?
Yes, and it's in your handwriting, see?
Why, I never wrote that.
But, Father, it is your handwriting. And look, there are ink stains on your fingers. You must have written it before you went to bed.
But I tell you, I didn't. Let me see that letter. Yes, that's my handwriting, all right.
Oh, Father, I'm leaving now. I want to get there by noon.
What? Oh, yes. Goodbye, dear. Take care of yourself.
I will, darling. Bye.
Urgent. And it's my handwriting, all right. But for the life of me, I can't remember. Well, let's see. Dear Martin. What the devil? A letter in my own handwriting addressed to me. Dear Martin. No. No, this can't be. It can't.
Martin, is anything wrong? I came as quickly as I could. You sounded so upset over the phone.
Dr. Weil, I'm afraid my mind is giving way.
You, Martin? You're the last person in the world to become unbalanced.
Well, that's what I thought until I read this letter.
Letter?
Yes, and it's in my handwriting, so I must have written it.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
When I woke up an hour ago, this letter was on my desk. I could see it as my handwriting, and yet I don't remember having written it.
You don't remember having written it?
No, and yet I must have. There are still ink stains on my fingers.
Martin, none of this makes sense.
Yes, I know.
What's in the letter?
I'll read it to you. Dear Martin.
Wait a minute. You mean it's in your handwriting, but it's addressed to you?
Yes, but it's signed with the name of my brother John.
Signed by John. In your writing?
Exactly.
You better read me that letter. Maybe then I can understand it.
Dear Martin, this letter will undoubtedly give you quite a shock. But after you finish reading it, I'm quite sure you'll understand why it was written. After I left Susan and you a few hours ago, I went to keep my appointment with the dream interpreter I'd spoken to you about. It was shortly before midnight that I returned to my home. As usual, I found Martha and Paul waiting up for me.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. John.
Oh, Martha, what are you doing up so late? I told you never to wait up for me after 10 o'clock.
Well, we worry about you. You know what the doctor said about your heart.
You should have been in bed an hour ago.
You both treat me as though I were a 6-year-old.
And sometimes you act like one. Well, I have a glass of warm milk for you in the pantry.
I don't want any milk.
It's good for you. Here, let me have your coat.
Oh, thank you, Paul. It feels good to be home, sitting in the chair before the fire.
Here's your warm milk, Mr. John, and I want you to drink it down without any arguments. After all, it's for your own good. Here, take. Mr. John? Mr. John?
Martha, what's wrong?
Oh, Mr. John.
Mr. John. Mr. John, answer me. He's dead.
Oh.
Now, please, Martha, please, you mustn't cry. The end came very quickly, peacefully. Now, there, Martha, there.
It came as quite a shock, Martin, hearing myself declared dead, but as I saw my earthly body sitting in the armchair by the fireplace, I knew it was true. John Drake was dead. I wanted to comfort Paul and Martha, make them understand that only the body of John Drake was dead, that the spirit would live forever. I wanted to tell them that I was indescribably happy, for I knew without knowing how that on the following day I should be reunited with my dear wife, Judith. Then my thoughts turned to you, Martin, and in one brief moment I saw your past, your present, and your future. Your future left me horrified, Martin, for in it I saw unhappiness and death. I felt that somehow I had to warn you of what the future held. I left the house I had died in and went to your home. The radio was playing. You were sitting in an easy chair reading a book, unaware of what the future held for you. Martin, you must listen to me. Martin, look up from that book you're reading. You must. But I couldn't reach you with my words. There was too great a distance between us. I stood by, helpless to aid you. A few minutes later, you yawned, closed the book, and turned off the radio. A half hour later, you were in bed and asleep. And then I suddenly had hope. I couldn't reach you while you were awake, Martin, but while you slept, perhaps I could reach your subconscious, warn you about the future. I saw your desk with writing paper on it. I knew that was the only way to reach you. I spoke softly, trying to reach your subconscious. Martin, listen to me. This is John. You must hear me. For it's a matter of life and death. You must do exactly as I say. I want you to get out of bed. That's it. Throw back the covers. Now put your feet on the floor. Martin, do as I say. That's right. Now go to your desk. That's fine. Now sit down. That's it. Pick up the pen that's on the desk. Martin, pick up the pen. That's right. You picked up the pen and began to write as I dictated. Everything up to this point explains how this letter was written. And now, the reason for it. In looking into the future, I was horrified to see that Susan would die the night of June 7th, 1947, at exactly 6 o'clock. That means you must act swiftly, Martin, for she has less than 24 hours to live. If you don't, she will be found frozen to death. As for yourself, I see you dying as the result of an accident in a small, roughly furnished room. In this room is a desk calendar, and the date it shows as you lie dying is September 3rd, 1947. Martin, the love I bear you and your daughter has reached out from another world to warn you
against the future. I pray that you will act upon this information and save yourselves. Your brother, John.
That's the most extraordinary letter I ever heard.
Well, what do you make of it, Doctor?
You sure this is your handwriting?
Certain of it. And then there are these ink stains on my fingers.
Yes. It's amazing.
It's obvious that I wrote this letter last night in my sleep. What upsets me is the content of the letter. The things I wrote are so fantastic that I'm afraid I may be losing my mind.
No. I'm quite sure you're sane, Martin.
Well, then how do you account for my writing such a fantastic letter even in my sleep?
Has it occurred to you that this fantastic letter, as you call it, may not be fantastic?
What? Now, Henry, you're not trying to tell me that you believe that this letter is true. That my brother John did die last night and came here. Surely you don't believe in all that Tommy rot.
Then your explanation for that letter is that you wrote it while having a nightmare?
Well, of course. What other answer could there be? It's ridiculous to think that you, a man of science, could attach any credence to this letter even for a moment. You amaze me.
There have been many phenomena in history. Phenomena that never could be explained. Not even by science.
Oh, you're almost as bad as my brother. Soon you'll be telling me that you, too, believe in spiritualism.
Have you called up your brother this morning?
Why, no. Why should I have? Oh, you think he may have died last night as he wrote me in this letter? Doctor, I think you'd better see a doctor.
I suggest you call your brother.
Well, all right, I will, just to show you what a fool you are for believing even for a moment that there can be anything to this letter. Why, when John was here last night, he looked just as healthy. Hello, Paul. This is Mr. Drake. Is my brother there? What? Last night? After he returned home? I see. Thank you, Paul.
He is dead. Isn't he?
Yes. Paul said that he died last night.
If your brother died last night, then this letter must have been written by him through your subconscious after...
No, that can't be. What you're saying is madness. The dead can't communicate with the living.
But in this letter, your brother speaks of his death last night and goes on to tell
My
about...
brother couldn't have written that letter through my subconscious. Such things can't happen.
I wish I felt as certain as you do. What about this part of the letter? In looking into the future, I was horrified to see that Susan would die the night of June 7th, 1947, at exactly 6 o'clock in the evening. That means you must act swiftly, Martin, for she has less than 12 hours to live. If you don't, she'll be found frozen to death.
And that proves how fantastic the whole letter is. Today is June 7th, and outside it's like summer. How could Susan possibly be frozen to death?
I don't know, Martin. But if Susan were my daughter, I think I'd want to be with her tonight at 6 o'clock. You'd never be able to forgive yourself if anything would have happened to her. I'll go with you if you like.
Oh, very well. But mind you, I still don't believe that John wrote this letter through my subconscious. What time is it, Henry?
It's a few minutes after 6.
If we hadn't had the breakdown, we'd have been there hours ago.
How much further is it?
As soon as we reach the top of this hill, you'll be able to see it.
I wish we'd reached the house before 6.
Now, surely you don't believe what that letter says. How could Susan possibly freeze to death? Why, it's a warm evening. It's like summer.
Yes, I know, but just the same, I wish we'd arrived sooner.
Look, you can see the house now, down there in the valley. Susan's probably getting dinner. And we'll certainly look like a pair of fools coming up here because of that ridiculous letter.
I hope you're right.
Henry, Susan isn't in the room.
She isn't?
No.
Could she be in the village or visiting friends?
No. You're forgetting her car's parked in front of the house.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, where can she be?
I'm afraid I can't answer that.
I'll search the second and third floors while you search this floor in the cellar. She must be someplace in the house. Henry, where are you?
Down in the cellar, Martin.
I searched every room on the second and third floor, but I couldn't find a sign of her.
I found her, Martin.
You found her? Well, where is she? Susan.
You must prepare yourself for a shock.
Shock?
Martin, listen to me. I found her in the cold storage room, frozen to death.
No. She can't be dead.
But she is, Martin. From what I could make out, she turned on the freezing system full and then went inside to store some meats, probably right after she got here. While she was in there, the door slammed shut and locked her in.
Oh, Susan. If only I'd gotten here in time.
Martin, for weeks now you've been like this. Now you must get hold of yourself. You'll break down. You did everything you could to save Susan.
No, that's just it. I didn't. John reached me from beyond the grave to warn me about the future, but I merely laughed. Had I heeded his letter, Susan would be alive today.
But, Martin, you did try to get there in time. It wasn't your fault the car broke down.
Yes, but if I'd believed in the letter, I'd have hired another car and kept going instead of waiting for my car to be repaired.
You know, I've been thinking perhaps it was meant that your car should break down, that you should arrive too late to save Susan.
What?
Perhaps it was wrong of John to break through the barrier that separates the living from the dead and warn you of the future.
Well, how could it be wrong if it would have saved Susan?
Perhaps it was ordained that Susan was to die when she did. And that's why the car broke down.
No. I could have saved her if only I'd hired another car and rushed on to my country home. But at least now I can heed John's warning and save my own life.
Save your own life?
Yes. Have you forgotten the other part of the letter? As for yourself, Martin, I see you dying as the result of an accident in a small, roughly furnished room. In this room is a desk calendar, and the date it shows as you lie dying is September 3rd, 1947. Today is August 1st. That means I have less than 5 weeks to live. Unless I can save myself.
But how can you save yourself, Martin? What's meant to be will be.
Not if I'm clever enough to take advantage of the information in this letter. Dying as a result of an accident in a small, roughly furnished room. Yes, but if John had only told me what kind of an accident it was meant to be. Well, nevertheless, come what may, I'm not going to die on September 3rd.
Just a minute. Hey, Martin, what's going on? I mean, what's the meaning of all those men around the house? Why was I searched before I entered the room?
Henry, do you know what the date is?
Well, yes, it's September 2nd.
Yes, and in a few minutes it will be midnight, and then it will be September 3rd.
Oh, yes, that's right. The letter.
In the letter, John warns me that I shall die of an accident in a small, roughly furnished room. Well, you'd hardly call this drawing room that, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
It's my intention to remain in this room until tomorrow is past. Now, Henry, would you mind keeping me company for the next 24 hours?
No, Martin, not at all.
See, I've taken every possible precaution to prevent an accident from occurring. I've removed everything from this room but that sofa, chair, and table. And I have food in here to last me for several days. I have guards around this house and outside this room to prevent anyone from entering for the next 24 hours.
It certainly sounds as though you've taken every precaution.
Yes, I've done everything I could think of. Henry, do you hear that? It's just midnight. September 3rd is here.
Martin, will you stop looking at your watch every other second?
I can't help it. One more minute and it'll be midnight. And when the clock in the hallway strikes, it'll be September 4th.
Yes, Martin, yes. Now, why don't you sit down and take it easy?
How can I at a time like this?
Martin, you must calm down. Think of your heart.
Only 30 seconds more, Henry. 30 seconds.
Martin, you're as white as a sheet.
Well, who wouldn't be? I'm cheating death. I'm going to live. Live, do you hear?
Easy there now. I can't help feeling it would have been better if John hadn't warned you about the future.
No, don't say that. If he hadn't, I'd have been dead by now. That's it. Henry, do you hear that? It's midnight. And I'm still alive. Alive.
For some weeks, Martin Drake was a sick man as the result of the strain he'd undergone. But with the coming of fall, he was well on the road to recovery. It was in late autumn that he invited Dr. Warren to go hunting with him in Maine. Day after day, the two men, with their guide, roamed the woods. The exercise and outdoor life did Martin a world of good, and he was soon his former self, both physically and mentally.
It seems to be getting much colder, doesn't it? Yes, it feels very much like snow.
I think it'll hold off for a while yet. Like to do a little more hunting, Mr. Drake? We still got a couple of hours till it gets dark.
Yes, I wouldn't mind. How about you, Henry? Well, by all means. Maybe we'll come across that buck we spotted this morning. Yes, he was a big fellow. Where'd I put my rifle?
Here it is, Mr. Drake, under the tree.
Oh, yes, so it is.
Here's your rifle, Doc.
This rifle of mine... Oh. Martin, what happened?
Good grief, he shot himself, Doc.
Martin, are you badly hurt?
The gun went off when I picked it up on my shoulder.
Easy now. I'll have a look at it.
Oh.
Is it bad, Doc?
No, not bad. We'll just get him to a shelter and stop this bleeding.
Ed Tolliver's place about a quarter of a mile from here, Doc.
All right, give me a hand. We gotta get him there at once. Now, put him down gently on the cot.
Okay.
Easy now. That's it.
How is he, Doc? Think he'll pull through?
Yeah, of course. He just fainted from the pain and the loss of blood. Now, let's see.
Sure is a nasty wound.
Yeah. Fortunately, the bullet went on through his shoulder. I won't have to probe for it.
Oh.
What are you going to do to him, Doc?
Well, first I'll have
Henry,
to...
where am I?
Now, just lie still, Martin. We brought you to this shack where I can fix you up.
Oh, my shoulder hurts.
It'll be all right now once I get the bullet wound cleaned up. Pete, put my medical bag on this desk here. Open it, will you?
Sure, Doc.
Will you have to probe for the bullet?
No. Fortunately, it went right through. All I have to do is clean the wound. It may hurt a bit, Martin.
That's all right, Henry. Go ahead.
Maybe you better turn your face away from me so you won't see what I'm doing. Sometimes it's easier that way. Concentrate on the desk over there, huh?
All right.
Pete, hand me that tube of sulfur powder.
Yep.
Also the...
Henry!
What is it, Martin?
That calendar.
What calendar?
There on the desk. Don't you see?
Yes.
Do you see what date it has? September 3rd.
I guess that's the day Ed Tolliver went back to the city.
September 3rd.
Martin, you mustn't get excited.
Do you remember what the letter said? Henry, this is it.
Oh, Martin, no. You'll be all right if only you'll
I've
calm
got an
down.
accident. This room is small, roughly furnished. And the desk calendar does show September 3rd, 1947. Henry, it's all as John said it would be. I haven't cheated death. He's here in this room. He's come to take me. He's come to...
What's wrong?
He's dead.
Dead? But it was only a shoulder wound. You said he'd pull through.
Yes, but I was wrong. Shot killed him. I guess nothing can save a man when it's ordained he die. Death came to Martin Drake as it was foredoomed to come.
is the mysterious traveler again. Too bad about Martin and Susan, wasn't it? Even John Drake's warning from another world couldn't save them, which seems to prove that when your time comes, nothing you can do can change it. So you might as well not worry about it. So I did know of a man who managed to outwit death for several hundred years. Then one day he was... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's story, all the characters were fictional, and any resemblance to the name of an actual person, living or dead, was purely coincidental. In the cast were Maurice Tarplin, Roger DeCoven, Eric Dressler, and Bryna Rayburn. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert J. Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death is My Co-Pilot.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the mysterious traveler. Your mysterious traveler has turned author. Yes, Maurice Tarplin has penned a chilling tale titled 7 Casks of Death, which appears in the current issue of Dime Mystery magazine, one of the popular publications group now on sale at your local newsstand. Don't miss it. This program has come to you from our New York studios. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I suspected Irene the moment I heard the fireman's testimony.
The apparently unimportant fact.
I
suspected the postman after he died.
Listen to radio's newest, most interesting and thrilling program, Suspicion. And now, suspicion. Somewhere in the drama about to be presented is a seemingly unimportant fact, a hidden clue that first casts suspicion on the ultimate culprit. Listen regularly to this thrilling series. Test your powers of observation and deduction and find the hidden clue. It may be a single line, a sound, perhaps a complete scene. All names and characters depicted in this story are fictitious. Any resemblance to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental. In the story we presented last time in this series, Honor Among Thieves, do you remember this scene? An invention hidden behind a secret panel in Anton Collot's home has been stolen. When Gascon of the French Sûreté arrived and examined the secret wall panel...
Size 4 crowbar, 6 dents in frame of panel on lower left corner. No dent in panel itself.
That was the hidden clue, ladies and gentlemen. Had the panel really been forced open, there would have been dents in both panel and frame. Anton Collot stated that only he knew how to release the catch of the panel. After opening the panel, he dented the frame to make it appear that it was forced open. And now, Kidnappers. Shortly after 11 o'clock on the evening of August 2nd, as Homer Welch, prominent financier living in a large city on the Pacific coast, drives home alone from a business meeting, he brings his automobile to an abrupt stop as...
Say, what's the matter with you? Haven't you any better sense than to shoot out of a driveway?
Keep your shot on, pal.
Who are you?
Just a guy what figures you got too much money for your own good. Move over. I'm driving, see?
Kidnappers, eh? Help!
Police! You asked for it, pal. Hey, Muggsy, get that jalopy out of the way. It's time we were scramming.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Homer Welch. Yes, I've been expecting him. What's that? Kidnapped? Why, yes. Yes, I'll do anything you say. No, I won't notify them. Hello? Hello? Hello, operator. Operator, I've been cut off. Hello? Operator. Operator.
Wednesday, Homer was kidnapped last night. Read all about it. Wednesday.
Hello? Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Homer Welch. No, I didn't tell the police. It must have been the maid. She came in just as... Yes? $20,000? Yes, I'll... Hello?
Oh, they've probably hung up again, Mrs. Welch. Now then, if you'll just tell us how and where they want the ransom, we'll set a trap and land the whole bunch...
No.
What?
No, I'm going to do exactly as they tell me. Homer would do that if I had been kidnapped.
But, Mrs. Welch, it isn't as simple as that. Kidnapping is a crime against the people, not just against one person or family.
I'm going to follow their instructions to the letter, Mr. Wesley. Later on, after my husband is back, naturally we'll do everything we can to help you and your men.
Well, I guess that's fair enough. Now, is there anything I can do to help you, Mrs. Welch?
Well, you could drive me down to the bank if you don't mind.
I'll do better than that. You phone the bank and tell them how much money you want and in what size bills. I'll go down and get the package for you.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
You know, they might phone again while you were out.
Yes, I hadn't thought of that. I'll call the bank, Mr. Wesley, and tell him you'll be down in a few moments. And I promise you that as soon as Mr. Welch is back, we'll do all we can to help you.
Wednesday, paper, read all about it. Homer Welch returned unarmed. Wednesday, paper, Homer Welch returned unarmed.
Well, Jessen, there's no use questioning Homer Welch again. He says he was knocked out before he had a chance to see them, and his eyes had been taped before he came to.
Isn't there any clues to where he was held?
Well, he's sure he was held near some country village. Perhaps Menlo or Crossroad or Black Hollow or any one of a dozen more. We'll have to search them all, I guess.
Well, as long as we have the numbers of the ransom bills, there's a chance.
Hello, Wesley speaking. What's that? A $10 ransom note, eh? Oh. Do you know where he lives? Henry Montrose, 811 South Parker Street, apartment 6. I see. You haven't seen him for the last couple of days, eh? Oh, yes. Thanks for the tip, and we'll take care of you. Come on, Jessen. He's coming. Have your gun ready. Are you Henry Montrose?
Yes, what is it?
We'd like to talk to you for a minute. Let's go inside.
But, look,
we're from headquarters. And don't try any smart stuff, see?
Well, what have I done?
Have you seen this $10 bill before?
Perhaps. I'm sure I don't know. I'm not in the habit of writing my name on everything.
All right, save it, wise guy. Wipe the shaving cream off your face and come along with us. You're under arrest on suspicion of kidnapping.
The following morning at Crossroads, a small town 15 miles west.
Consign it, Marty. What's come over you? Ever since you seen the paper this morning, you've been meandering about the house like you seen a ghost or something.
Hiram?
This is the man, all right.
Huh? What man?
His picture on the front page is of the same identical man I seen crossing the north field the night before last.
Well, I sworn. You certain about that, Marty?
Of course I be. There was a full moon, and I seen him as plain as day. He couldn't have been more than 200 feet away from me. He turned around, and I seen his face just as plain as I seen yours. Of course, Hey, where are you going?
To phone the police, of course. What in tarnation would he be doing? Now, operator, this is Hiram Jones. I want to put through a long-distance call, I do, and I don't want no listening in. Get that done?
Why don't you get smart, Montrose? It's only a question of time till we get your accomplices.
I told you I don't know a thing about it. I don't know where I got that $10 bill. I haven't any idea. And if I'm not allowed to see my attorney immediately, I'll sue you and the whole doggone police force for it.
Hello, Wesley speaking. Who's this? Hiram Jones of Crossroads, eh? Yes? Yes? She's positive? Yes. Yes, we'll go down and see her at once. Thanks for calling. Well, Montrose, the game's up. You were seen near the town of Crossroads the night before last, and I have a hunch Welch was held there.
Crossroads? I haven't been out that way in 6 months.
No? Listen, you were seen there. Now, why don't you get smart and turn state's evidence?
How can I? I didn't kidnap Welch.
Okay, it's your hanging, not mine. And... Hello, Wesley speaking. Oh, send him in. Well, Welch has just gotten here. It'll be tough if he identifies you.
You never saw me.
Maybe. Good morning, Mr. Welch.
Good morning, Wesley.
Now, take a good look at this man. Well?
I never saw him before.
What? Why...
At least I don't believe I ever saw him before. Still, it was dark.
Now, you'd better think it over for a while, Mr. Welch. He can't account for the ransom bill he had, and he hasn't an alibi. Further, we have a witness who does identify him positively. All right, come along, Montrose.
Hey, you fellas the city police?
Yes, sir. You Mr. Hiram Jones?
That's right. You just come this way, and my woman will identify this scoundrel, she will. We're law-abiding folk in these parts, and we don't have no truck with criminals.
No, I'm sure you don't.
All I want is a ringside seat at that fella's trial. Hey, Marty, the city cops and the kidnappers here.
Well, what do you know?
Now then, is this the man you saw, Mrs. Jones?
Yes. He's the same identical man, all right.
You'll sign a statement to that effect?
Yes, sir, I certainly will. And if you want me to give my testimony in a court of law, I'll do that, too.
Well, thanks for your cooperation. Now then, we'll have a look around Crossroads before going back to town. Well, Montrose, what have you got to say now? If you're smart, you'll turn state's evidence before going on trial. But maybe you're not smart.
Backstage Wife, read all about it. Kidnapper hideout at Crossroads found. Backstage, suspect pleads not guilty. Read all about it.
Have the Jones gotten here yet, Jessen?
You should know. You were going out to Crossroads this morning to bring them in, Wesley.
Oh, by George, I'd forgotten. And will the DA scream if they're not here when court convenes? Give them a ring, will you? And tell them I'll be there in about 25 minutes.
Hello? Jessen speaking? No, Wesley just left. What's that? Both of them, eh? Did they say anything before they died? Yeah, wait till I get a pencil. Okay, shoot.
Mrs. Jones? Mrs. Jones, it's me, Mr. Wesley.
Oh, I didn't see you good at first. I thought maybe the other kidnappers was coming after me. Whenever someone knocks on the door, I stand by the wall here and study them for a minute. Time to take us to the trial, eh?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry I'm so late, but I had so many things to do that I almost forgot to come for you. But we'll be in court in plenty of time. We'll go in through this door, Mrs. Jones. Now then, don't be nervous.
Yeah.
What's going on here, Jessen?
The kidnappers are caught. Just after you started for Crossroads,
Where were they caught?
They were trapped at Jonesville and tried to shoot it out. Two of them, Muggsy Phillips and Slim Ederson. They had $19,000 of the ransom with them.
Wow.
They confessed before they died.
Are they holding Montrose?
What for? He's innocent.
Well, yes, he is innocent.
What's that?
I was just going to tell the DA that we had no case against Montrose.
A short while later, in Detective Wesley's office at police headquarters...
No, we really had no case against Montrose, Jessen. Only I didn't realize it until I walked into court.
No case? Why, the DA had a fool for...
No, not this time. There was something the DA didn't know. Naturally, Montrose didn't know where he got that $10 bill. How could he? Why should he have thought about it? You see, he was innocent. And as for an alibi, well, innocent people often have a hard time proving one. But it was something else.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you discover the hidden clue that caused Detective Westley to suspect that Henry Montrose was not guilty of the kidnapping of Homer Welch? If you did, write into this station and tell us the hidden clue you found. And to check your powers of observation and deduction, listen for the correct hidden clue in this story the next time we present Suspicion.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Somewhere in desolate, wind-swept space, in Shadowland, in no man's land, two hurrying forms met face to face and bade each other stand. And who are you, the one shape said, shuddering in the glowing light. I know not, said the other shape. I only died last night. That poem was written many years before the war, but it could have been written for the mystery of Sergeant Major Thomas. The scene is London, the day, Armistice Day, and from the quiet warmth of the Guards Club, a group of men dressed in uniforms that only see the light of day once a year watch through fog and rain-swept windows the troops parade past the club on their way to the armistice service at the cenotaph.
Brings back memories, doesn't it, Slim?
Yes, but let's not get sentimental. I feel old enough now when I watch these pink-faced boys marching past and carrying a rifle as though they'd been born with one at the present.
Now listen, Slim, don't be cynical. You're not any older than the rest of us. If my memory serves me rightly, you were only 19 when you were just as pink-cheeked and quite as dexterous with, well, no, not a rifle, but a saber. And so, my cynic at the fireside, allow them to play at being soldiers as long as they wish.
Yes, as you say, they'll be at it in earnest before long. So they might as well play while they may.
What the deuce is the matter with you today, Slim? You're not usually like this.
No, an Armistice Day isn't every day either.
Oh, I know, but dash it all, we of all people have a right to be cheerful on Armistice anniversaries. Game leg or two, now missing here and there. Blind, maybe, but after all, we're alive. Alive, man.
Yes. Yes, of course, I'm sorry, fellows. I might as well tell you. I saw my doctor yesterday.
Yes?
3 months.
Oh. I'm sorry, old man. I didn't mean to rub it in. 3 months? No chance of doing anything?
No, to tell the truth, I wouldn't extend the time if I could. I'm not afraid to die.
Well, of course, I don't think any of us are, really. It can't be so much worse than living, no matter how bad it is.
No, I don't mean that. I've got something to look forward to. A little problem that's haunted me for 20 years is going to be solved.
I don't quite follow you.
Well, I've never spoken of it. It's the little matter for which I got my DSO.
Yes?
The night of April the 8th, it was, 1916. I'll never forget it. We'd been moved up to reinforce the French in the defense of Verdun. We were entertained royally, and Captain Lejeune of the French artillery had taken me to spend the evening with friends of his at the Chateau de Champs. We were met by our charming hostess and her equally charming daughter.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Bonsoir, madame and mademoiselle.
Good evening. Very kind of you to invite me over here.
It is a pleasure. One can do so little these days. I will help monsieur with his coat.
Oh, thank you, mademoiselle.
Slim Captain Dubois is quartered with us for some time.
Oh, by the way, I must explain that I've left orders with my sergeant major to report anything immediately. So don't be surprised if my sergeant major appears during dinner and demands an interview.
He will be perfectly all right, I can assure him, monsieur. And now before dinner, a little wine, perhaps. Oh, but yes, I do not need to ask. You, Captain Lejeune, will do the honor.
Of a certainty. Mais oui.
Eh bien, we shall be leaving Chateau de Champs very shortly.
Marie.
Oh, I know it is all right to say so to Captain Lejeune, because I heard Father telling him so myself.
Yes, indeed. And Captain Slim will be told tomorrow anyway. We are expecting the great German offensive against Verdun on the 12th, and all civilians will be evacuated within the next few days.
You're certain of your information?
Oh, mais oui. Our intelligence department. Germany thinks she has the greatest secret service in the world. But France, she do not say so much, but France knows what she is doing.
You think Verdun can withstand the German attack?
Oh, but of a certainty. Of course, mais oui.
Oh, I hope so. I tremble to think of what will happen to the chateau otherwise.
Oh, have no fear. We, France, with our British brothers in arms, will hold Verdun against the world.
Oh, I will go, Mother.
Very well, my dear. I did not know that there were British reinforcements at the Verdun fort.
No, madame. And we hope the Germans do not know it. It is to be part of the surprise. Now, the brigadier here planned it this way. The Germans will undoubtedly attack the... I am forget.
Orders just received from General Headquarters, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant Major. How long ago?
20 minutes, sir. Came here by automobile.
You've read these?
Yes, sir. The men are being routed out now, sir. Left Sergeant Woolley routing the men. Corporal Willis is turning out the officer.
What name of a name? What is the matter?
Nothing, except that our battalion is ordered into the trenches in front of Verdun.
Then you cannot wait for dinner.
I'm so sorry, but it's impossible. I'll have to go now. Goodbye.
Time for a short break, but we'll be right back after these messages. And now, back to Unsolved Mystery on WEN Radio 1.
1 hour later, Captain Dewar leads his men into their position. The distant booming of heavy guns is intermittent. Over the dark, rain-soaked horror of no man's land comes the sporadic cat-cat of machine gun fire. Every now and then a veery light sears the dismal black of the sky. And in the lulls, the constant deadening monotony of falling rain. Sergeant Major Thomas touches his commanding officer's arm.
Think I'll go along, sir. See if I can make contact with the Woosters.
Is it necessary, Sergeant Major?
I'd just like to make certain, sir, they've reached their positions. Too late, sir, if anything happens, to find out we're isolated.
No, I don't think I'd bother, Sergeant Major. Everything's quiet tonight. No attacks expected. In fact, we'll more than likely be back at the base before the German offensive comes off. However, please your mind, suit yourself.
Was that you, Captain?
Yes. Oh, it's you, Brown.
Yes, I thought I'd look around and see that the men were comfortable.
Oh, very nice.
As comfortable as a human being can be in this mud and slush.
I'll slip along, sir. Be back in 10 minutes, sir.
Carry on, Sergeant Major.
Good man, Thomas.
One of the best. Things sort of warming up.
I hope that didn't catch the Sergeant Major. I'm down the trench a bit.
Captain Dewar!
Huh?
Captain!
Yes? Oh, is that you, Sergeant Major?
Yes, sir. The Germans are advancing.
What?
Almost on us. Haven't a minute to spare.
Brown, get Brown to report to headquarters. I'll rouse the men.
Lieutenant Brown hears his commanding officer and rushes to headquarters. Captain Dewar assembles his men. Signal Corps men keep the field telegraph lines hot. Back in the Verdun fort, the artillerymen load, sight, and fire the big guns, and the barrage, not a second too soon, falls in a death-dealing salvo across the breadth of no man's land. 15 minutes later, the German attack repulsed, the Verdun fort saved. The officers meet in one of the dugouts.
Thank the Lord somebody spotted that advance.
Thank Dewar. Captain Dewar, I mean.
Don't thank me. Thank Sergeant Major Thomas.
Thomas?
Yes. He came back and warned me.
Oh, impossible, man. Why, Thomas... Why, he...
What? Speak up, man.
Well, Sergeant Major Thomas was killed in that first burst of machine gun fire.
What? But he spoke to me. He came back. I saw him.
I'm sorry, old man. Your nerves are upset. I found Thomas after I left you. Found him lying dead on the first step as I went down the trench.
In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the mystery of the return of Sergeant Major Thomas. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is once again the Guards Club, as Captain Dewar finishes his story.
Certainly a ghastly experience, all right. Yes, it upset me considerably at first. I couldn't believe it. But I checked up on the time, and there was no doubt about it. Sergeant Major Thomas was dead. Dead before Brown left me that night to go down the trench. So you see, I have little fear of death. I know that over there, whatever else there is, I'll find congenial company. Fellows like Thomas.
Didn't you ever try to find out the reason for your, shall I say, visitation?
Yes, I read Sir Oliver Lodge, Conan Doyle, Podmore Myers. They all confirm my belief.
But didn't you ever read anything on the negative side of the question?
Yes, lots. What do they say? Nothing but, it can't happen. Hallucination. Wish dreaming. I'd like to know how in the name of Sam Hill, I, who was in possession of information that the attack was not expected for 4 more days, and that in addition, I, who believed the Sergeant Major still alive, should have an hallucination of that nature.
No, I suppose not.
I can understand it. I can see Thomas slipping, sliding down the trench. See him climb the parapet. He sees the Germans advancing. He realizes he must warn us. But before he can get back into the trench, the machine gun burst sends him west. His one thought to warn us is so powerful that it continues on after death, and warns me in the only way it can, the apparently physical form of his body.
Meaning that the thought itself continues, but that in order to make itself known to you, it had to adopt the form of his body?
Right. Be that as it may, in 90 days or less, at least I shall know the answer.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Paul Henry, star of No More Alice, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness and entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Paul Henry in a remarkable tale of Suspense.
Driving along there, I had the radio on, but I was thinking of Alice. A few more miles and I'd be home with her. I was thinking how her teeth gleamed through a twisted smile she'd got in the habit of wearing, how white and inviting her throat was. I was thinking of her voice when she accused me of being in love with Elisa Waters. Cold, shrill, full of bitterness.
Your attention, please. A prison break has been reported by Warden J.G. Johnson of Greystone Penitentiary. At 9:15 tonight, less than 1 hour ago, the notorious Frankie Tatum shot his way out of the death house at State Prison, killing 2 guards and wounding 2 others. All state and local police, as well as all motorists in the vicinity of Greystone, are warned to be on the lookout for this escaped convict. Once again, the name is Frankie Tatum. He is armed and dangerous.
I was just entering Greystone. Somewhere in these mountains was that escaped convict, a condemned murderer. It seemed such a cliché somehow. I've heard that situation worn threadbare on cheap mystery broadcasts. The escaped murderer announced over the radio. The innocent listener. But I began to think about it. And all at once, Alice got mixed in those thoughts. I slowed down the car and pulled over to the side of the road. I kept the motor running and the lights on. And just sat there. I don't know how long I waited there. Maybe 15 minutes, maybe an hour. All I did know was that so long as that siren screeched, Frankie Tatham was still at large somewhere in these mountains. I was in no hurry. Finally, someone was coming. I sat very still and kept my eyes focused on the overhead mirror. The figure was materializing out of the thick brush that lined the road, moving stealthily toward the car. I waited. Presently, the handle on the door nearest to me turned.
All right, don't move, you.
I had no intention of moving.
Shut up. Get out of the car. And don't try anything.
The car isn't going to do you any good, Tatum. The highway is patrolled and blocked off for miles.
I told you to button up and get out.
2 motorcycle troopers just went by here, looking for you.
I said get out of that car.
Well, I want to help you, Tatum. Why do you think I sat here with the lights on and the motor running?
Huh?
I knew the lights and the sound of the motor would attract you.
Don't give me that. There's miles of country here. How could you tell I'd come this way?
This is the shortest and safest route to the old stone quarry on the other side of the mountain. If I just escaped from prison and wanted to hide out until my pals could get to me, that's where I'd head.
Yeah? Hey. Cops.
Yeah. There's a rope on the back seat. Get in. Lie on the floor and cover yourself over, quickly.
What kind of a shot do you take me for?
You haven't much choice in the matter, Tatum. In a few seconds, that trooper will be here. If you pull that trigger or try to get away without pulling it, you won't get 20 feet in those bushes. Now, get in and fast.
Okay, I don't know what this is all about, but it better be on the level, pal.
Get in. All right, Victor?
Yeah. And don't forget this gun.
What's going on here? Having trouble with my motor, officer. Keeps heating up on me and stalling.
Well, you got it running now for if it's overheated.
Just started it up.
Let's see your license.
Oh, gladly. Yeah. Here you are.
Warren Rice. Oh, Dr. Rice. Gosh, Doc, why didn't you say it was you?
Probably because you didn't ask me.
You better watch it, Doc. Frankie Tatum's escaped from the death house up here.
Frankie Tatum?
Yeah, you must remember him, the bank robber and killer. Papers were full of him a while back. Bad guy. Shoots you in the back quick as he'd breathe.
Did you say shoot me in the back?
Yeah, he's loose somewhere in these mountains. You better not hang around any longer than you have to, Doc. He's a bad actor.
Thanks very much, officer. I'll get started right away and see if I can make home without stalling again.
Yeah, well, good luck, Doctor.
Good luck to you, officer. Hope you'll find Tatum. All right, Tatum. He's gone.
So you a doc, huh? Sawbones?
No, I'm a doctor of psychiatry.
Yeah? Well, let's see what I'm going to do now.
I'll take over from here.
You'll take over? Look, Doc, you seem to forget which one of us is holding this gun.
Look, if I figured out you'd head for the quarry, eventually the cops will, too.
I ain't afraid to shoot it out with no cops.
There is no profit in shooting it out with them.
You got a better idea, I suppose, huh?
I think so.
All right, what's this all about? You waiting here for me, hiding me under the robe, now figuring out an escape for me. It don't add.
We'll talk about that on the way.
On the way to where?
On the way to my home. You see, Tatum, a psychiatrist, every once in a while comes upon a subject so interesting.
In other words, Doc, you're trading me a safe hideout and a chance to make a clean getaway for the opportunity of using me as a guinea pig.
That's right, Adam. I want to study you for a while.
Yeah? Well, you've fronted for me all along the line. And if I can make a clean break out of town in a few days or so, well, I guess I can stand being under glass that long. Okay, it's a deal.
All right, Adam. Follow me.
Wait a minute. Hey, we go into the front door?
No. There's a side entrance. Leads to the left wing of the house. That's where I have my office.
Okay.
This is it, Tatum. Wait till I get my keys out. This is the one. There is a light switch right where your hand is tattooed. Click it on, will you please?
Okay. Well, this is quite a layout.
Yes, I had this annex put on the main building so I could have it private. No one uses it but me.
Yeah? Where'll I stay?
Well, there's a little room back of the office. It has a bed and everything else you'll need. I use it sometimes for patients I bring home and sometimes for myself when I work late and don't wish to be disturbed by my wife.
Yeah? Well, it's not bad.
Well, I'm glad you like it. Just make yourself comfortable. I'll be back.
Okay. Hey, Doc. Bring some grub with you.
All right, I will. As soon as I've had a little talk with my wife. Good evening, dear.
So you got home?
Yes, Alice, I just got in.
I didn't expect you until morning.
I finished the case earlier than I thought.
Had anything to eat?
No. I'll call Greta.
It's her night off.
Julie, too?
Yes.
Oh.
I'll get you something myself.
Oh, no, Alice. Don't bother.
Bother? Why, it's a pleasure, darling.
Oh, thanks. Oh, yes, I almost forgot I have someone with me.
Not Lisa, by any chance.
Alice. I'd hoped you'd forget about the other night and all the disagreeable things we said.
Disagreeable? I found them rather enlightening.
Did you?
Yes. It isn't every wife whose husband is so honest, telling her that he's in love with someone else.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Alice. I didn't mean to say it, really.
I can believe that.
I mean, it isn't true. I'm not in love with Lisa. I've never been.
Is that why you wanted a divorce?
I said that in the heat of the argument, Alice. I've no reason to want a divorce.
Especially since I told you I'd never give you one.
I'm not going to argue with you anymore, Alice. I told myself that on the way home. I'm going to try to make our marriage the way it was 10 years ago.
A very pretty speech, darling. But I'm afraid it will take a great deal more than the power of words to convince me of that.
Well, I think I convinced you, Alice. If you'll give me time, I'm sure I can convince you.
Roma Wines are bringing you as star Paul Henry in No More Alice by Martin Ryerson. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. What to serve when friends call during Lent? Millions of Americans answer this question by serving Roma California wines. Yes, Roma wines, delightful anytime, are especially appropriate during Lent. Roma wines offer you a traditional beverage of moderation. Delicious, easy to serve, inexpensive. You're ready for guests or pleasant family evenings at home with a small selection of Roma sherry, port, muscatel, or Tokay. And remember, only Roma offers you such taste luxury for so little. Yes, because Roma wine is America's first choice. Roma brings you superb wine for only pennies a glass, just about the cost of a soft drink. With Roma, you enjoy true wine, nothing but the natural, juicy goodness of tender grapes, grown in California's finest vineyards, every drop carefully, unhurriedly, guided to taste perfection by the ancient skill of master vintners, then bottled at the winery to seal in unvarying goodness always. Get Roma wine tomorrow. Delightful anytime, ideal during Lent. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines. Discover why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Paul Henry, who, as Dr. Warren Rice in No More Alice, continues a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
One might suppose there are no particular advantages to hiding an escaped convict in one's home, and a convict who is a murderer at that. But there are, under certain circumstances, sometimes. The morning I began the procedure of winning his confidence, making him believe I'd really brought him there for the purpose of using him as a guinea pig. It was an interesting deception.
School? Yeah, sure. I went to school. Reform school for 6 whole years. How long did you bury your nose in books?
About 20 years.
20 years?
Mm-hmm.
What's there to learn that would take 20 years?
I went through college. Then I took several postgraduate courses.
You sure had plenty of time to waste.
What did your father do for a living, Tatum?
He was shot in a Chicago stick-up when I was 2-year-old. How about yours?
My father was the president of a bank.
Bank? Blank check, huh?
Yes, Tatum. I never really wanted for a thing in my life that I couldn't have.
Well, we sure came out of different baskets, didn't we, Doc?
Yeah. Tell me, when you robbed a bank or killed someone, was it premeditated?
You mean, did I plan them?
Yes.
Well, sure. Sure, you have to lay out a bank job. But killing, well, that just happened. Somebody just had the rough luck to get in my way.
Did you feel you had the right to take the life of another human being?
Why not? Somebody tries to take something from me, so I nudge him out of the way. But you... Well, you wouldn't understand that, Doc. You just said you never wanted anything you couldn't have.
Ever feel remorseful when you killed someone?
Remorseful? What's that?
Well, did you ever regret it? Did it ever bother your conscience?
No. Why should it? Why, I'd kill my own brother if he ever got in my way.
It went on like that for the next 3 days. I kept Tatum in that little room and had Dooley, our butler, bring his meals to the office. No one saw him. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day...
Look, Doc, how much longer are you going to keep me holed up in this room? I'm starting to get punchy.
Maybe tomorrow you'll be able to leave, Tatum. I've contacted your friends.
What'd they say?
Well, they said... as soon as I get a definite answer from them, you'll be on your way.
Well, look, Doc, I don't want you to think I don't appreciate all this, see, but staying cooped up in this 2x4 room is almost as bad as being in stir.
Except that you know you're going to get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
It's funny. You know, I had you pegged wrong at first, Doc. I thought you was just using me, and that sooner or later I'd have to bump you. But I guess that won't be necessary now, eh, Doc?
Yes, Sanctum was getting restless. So was I. I couldn't keep him hidden out much longer. The rooms were getting dirty and had to be cleaned by Greta. Alice was getting a little curious as to who my patient was. If he stayed there too long, there would be questions. It was time to act. That evening it rained, came down in torrents, but it was mild compared to the storm that surged inside me. I walked into the drawing room and saw Lisa Waters sitting in front of the fireplace alone.
Alice asked me to drop over and said you'd be furious if I didn't stay for dinner.
Hello, Lisa. Where is Alice?
Hello. She wanted to see Greta about dinner. Well, Warren, aren't you going to sit down? Hey, no. You're beside me on the divan.
Thanks.
My. It's been a long time since I last saw you.
Does that mean you missed me?
But of course. You know by this time that you're my favorite husband?
Am I?
Uh-huh. I've often told Alice that if I ever get married, I'll try to find a husband just like you.
Well, hello, Doctor.
Hello.
You finished your work rather early this evening, darling. Or did you happen to see Lisa's car in the driveway?
Alice, well, anyone hearing you would think...
Think what, Lisa? Warren isn't early for dinner very often. Come to think of it, he hasn't been early since the last time you were here.
Doesn't you tease something awful, Warren?
Oh, I'm not teasing. Don't you know, Lisa, that the other night Warren confessed...
Alice, please.
What's the matter, darling? I was only going to say you confessed that of all my friends, you prefer Lisa.
That was sweet, Warren.
Mind if I sit between you two?
Well, you'll be breaking up a very handsome couple.
Yes, I know. By the way, speaking of breaking up, we had a most interesting discussion the other night about divorce.
Alice, must you?
Certainly not you and Warren.
Oh, no. No, Lisa, darling. I don't believe in divorce. I told Warren that no matter what happened, I'd never give him a divorce.
I don't imagine you would.
After sacrificing and working with him for 10 long years, I'd never step aside for anyone. Not even if that anyone was you, Lisa. My best friend.
That's how marriage should be. Till death do us part.
At 10 o'clock, Lisa left. It was still storming. As I walked her to the car under an umbrella, I fought the desire to take her in my arms. Tell her that after tonight she would be mine and I would be hers. And there would be no more Alice. But she seemed so young, so far from the thought of murder. Suppose I were wrong and took her into my confidence, tell her about my plans to kill Alice. It could mean the end of everything. No, I must wait. It wouldn't be long now before there'd be no more goodbyes like this one. I watched the car crawl down the driveway into the rain and the darkness. Then I went back into the house. Alice was in the drawing room. I didn't have much to say. She did all the talking. She still goaded me about Lisa, asked if I kissed her goodnight, if we made a secret tryst. Well, finally, I told her I had to get back to my patient in the office outside. I watched her turn out the lights and climb the stairs to her room. It was the last time I'd ever see Alice alive, I told myself. But I didn't feel badly. I felt good. Very good. When I got to the office, Sanctum was listening to the radio.
Hard left and across to the
This
door.
was it.
And Dugan is down.
All right.
Corey is going
All
to
right, Sanctum. Better kill the radio.
He's
Huh?
counting over Dugan.
Yes, sure.
Looks like a knockout.
What's up?
My wife.
What's the matter with her?
She found out you were here and who you are.
Hey, that ain't good. What's she gonna do?
Call the police.
One side, brother. I'm on my way.
Wait a minute. I've cut the phone wires.
She's got legs, ain't she?
She can't get out of the house without us hearing her. We've got time. Let's try to think this thing out.
You think it out. I'm the one that's on the spot.
What?
Hey, wait a minute. How did she find out?
Well, I don't know. Just put two and two together somehow. What's the difference now?
Plenty, because from the way it looks here, nobody could have tipped her off but you.
Ah, don't be a fool.
Come on, talk fast, Doc, because if you cross
Put that gun down. Why should I cross you? How do you think I stand in this?
I don't know. How do you?
Shielding an escaped convict. I'd go to prison for that.
It's some kind of a trap. This is what you've been leading up to.
Why, you... All right, Sanctum. Now, you stupid fool, listen to me. We're together in this. You understand that? We're together in this. You can't kill me, and I can't turn you in.
Yeah, that's right. You and me are kind of in the same boat, ain't we, Doc?
I'm glad it's penetrating finally, Sanctum. I've got to do something quickly.
You sure your wife can't leave without us hearing?
No, I have the car keys. Anyway, it's a mile to the nearest phone. Of course, she's up in her room now.
Look, Doc, look. She must have known the spot she put you in. Why does she want to pull a thing like that for?
Because she hates me.
Yeah?
She's hated me for years.
Yeah?
I'd have killed her long ago if I had the nerve.
I've never killed a game, but I would have.
If what?
If she got in my way.
Where do you think she's now?
I'm thinking.
I say somebody broke in, a burglar. You could take my other car. You could be half away across the country.
Yeah, unless you had me picked up.
I'll make myself an accessory to murder, huh? How could I? Oh, we've gone all through over that before.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You really are in this, ain't you? Any way you play it.
The only way. Either of us. Pick up your gun.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Doc. It's a deal.
Tatum opened the door and slipped into the hall. I waited a few seconds. Then I walked to the desk, unlocked the top drawer, and got out my revolver. Cautiously, I opened the door and moved into the hall toward my main building. As I reached the foot of the stairs, I heard the door to Alice's room squeak open. I went up the stairs, quickly, without a sound. As I reached the stop step, there was a muffled scream, a slight struggle, a single shot. Then a terrible silence. I crept to the door of the bedroom. Slowly I opened it. And in the dull light from the bed lamp, I took careful aim with the revolver at Frankie Tatum's broad back. Four bullets I pumped into him. A wave of conquest swept through me. For this was perfection. This was the difference between a crude killer like Frankie Tatum and me. This was exactly as I had planned it. In a moment, Dooley, our butler, summoned by the shots, would rush into the room. He would find me standing there with a gun in my hand. The way I would disarrange the room in the next few seconds would convince him and the police that Frankie Tatum had broken into my wife's bedroom and murdered her. And I, the gallant husband, had rushed to the scene and blazed away at him. It would look awfully nice in print. I would be quite a hero. And no one would know that I had carefully planned this murder step by step, from the moment when I first heard the prison siren on the mountain road. Yes, now at last, I was free to marry Lisa. Already I was busy turning over the furniture, disarranging the bed, reaching to tear the robe from the prone figure on the bed. And then...
Warren!
A voice. A woman's voice.
Warren!
I spun to face the doorway. I could feel the blood drain from my face. A terrible coldness reached out and grabbed at my heart. Alice! It was Alice. Framed in the doorway. Fear smashed into my brain. I turned toward the figure on the bed. Turned it over. Scream choked in my throat. There, before me, lay the lifeless body of Lisa.
He's the man who escaped from Greystone Penitentiary. He's the man you kept locked in your office. Isn't he?
But I put her in her car. I saw her drive away.
You planned to have him murder me. But he killed her instead.
But I saw her drive away.
She came back.
So?
Landslide blocked the highway. I told her to spend the night. She could have my room. You planned to have him murder me, didn't you? You planned to have him murder me, didn't you?
She spoke. She gloated. Alice moved into the room. I circled toward the doorway. The revolver was still warm in my hand. As I reached the doorway, I raised the gun. My finger tightened on the trigger. And then something came down out of the blackness and washed away every thought from my mind.
And that, gentlemen of the jury, is the true confession of Dr. Warren Rice, told you in his own words. Ironically, the very person Rice expected would be his chief collaborating witness turned out to be the man who trapped and convicted him. I mean, Dooley, the butler, who, summoned by the shots, hurried to the door of Mrs. Rice's bedroom, found Rice about to kill his wife, and struck him down. The state rests.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Before we hear again from Paul Henreid, the star of No More Alice, tonight's suspense play, This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. If meatless Lenten meals fail to intrigue that family of yours, just serve a fine Roma table wine with tomorrow's dinner. Yes, the simplest meals become more flavorful, more exciting with Roma wine. Plain baked beans or spaghetti are royal treats when served with red, robust Roma California Burgundy. And your favorite fish or omelet will taste better than ever with a glass of pale gold Roma California Sauterne. And listen to the praise you get for the extra appetizing goodness, the cheerful warmth, the air of friendly companionship that Roma wine adds to your dining pleasure. For an adventure in good dining, try delicious Roma Burgundy or Sauterne with tomorrow night's dinner. You can enjoy Roma wines often, for they cost just pennies a glass. So insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Paul Henry. Next week, I know you will want to make it a point to hear a suspense show that promises to be really something. It will star Gregory Peck in a remarkable study of the mental breakdown of a man who brings himself to the very brink of murder because of a woman. I know you won't want to miss hearing Gregory Peck in The Lonely Road. Thank you.
Paul Henry will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Devotion. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Mr. Gregory Peck as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Suspense is broadcast from coast to coast and to our men and women of the armed forces overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Gregory Peck as star of The Lonely Road, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wine. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wine. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness and entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Gregory Peck in a remarkable tale of Suspense.
Thanks, Doc. Well, hello, Gare. How goes it?
Oh, not bad. You want a statement, I suppose.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Well, tell me first, is she apt to get the extreme penalty?
Well, that'll depend a lot upon what you have to say.
I see. Well, I'll give it to you straight. I'm counting on you to do your best for her.
Sure. Now, go ahead, shoot.
Okay. The first time I saw Jenny, she was coming along the road carrying a suitcase. I knew she was headed for our place because it's the only house some miles around there. I was trimming the hedge, and I'd got as far as the rear gate when she reached it. I waited for her to speak.
Is this the Gare place?
That's right. What can I do for you?
You had an ad in the paper for a girl to do general housework.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, come along into the house. My wife will want to have a talk with you.
This is a beautiful place you've got here, Mr. Gare. But it's certainly hard to get to.
You've walked from the highway.
Yeah. Must have been almost 5 miles. The sun is something fierce. I almost gave up. Don't any buses run along here.
No, we're pretty isolated. If there's help in the house, I always manage to give them a lift into town.
That makes it nice, Mr. Gare.
What's your name?
Jenny.
Jenny what?
Jenny will do.
All right, Jenny, in here, please. And Mrs. Gare's a trifle hard of hearing, so you'll have to speak up a bit. Oh, Helen, this is Jenny. She's come in answer to our advertisement.
Oh, yes. I'm very glad to see you, Jenny. Won't you sit down?
She was extraordinarily looking. Not beautiful or pretty. Striking, I guess, would be the word. She had heavy black braids wound about her head. Her eyes were a clear green and looked straight through you. And she was lean and powerful, like a young animal, a leopard or a panther or something. Well, my wife engaged Jenny. That night she cooked an excellent dinner and served it well. She had on a purple skirt and a cerise, I guess you'd call it, blouse, and I could see Helen eye it with disfavor. Every time the girl came close to me, I could feel the strength of her. And those green eyes watched us as if she was sizing us up. We took our coffee and cigarettes out on the veranda after dinner. You can look right over the orange grove to the hills. It's nice.
Steve, what do you think about Jenny?
Oh, well, it's a little early to judge. Seems capable enough. That was a darn good dinner, if you ask me. Maybe we're in luck, darling.
Maybe. What is she, do you think? Mexican?
No, I'd say Slavic with that build and shape of face. A little more coffee, Helen. Half a cup.
You're probably right. There's a sort of, gypsy elegance, boldness about her that makes me uneasy, as if I'd have something to cope with.
We went up to bed early. I was pretty exhausted every night with all the physical work I had to do. I turned out the light, and for some reason stepped over to the window. Jenny's room was downstairs on the same side of the house as ours in the rear. Her light was still on. She was getting ready for bed, and her shadow, huge and black, lay across the lawn. Her arms were raised to take down those heavy braids. There was something actually classic about the thing. The picture of it stayed in my mind long after I got into bed. Well, 2 or 3 days went by, and Jenny, well, the thing was, you were conscious of her all the time. Wherever she was about the house, whatever she was doing, you thought about her. I was working in the garage one afternoon when she came out there with the butcher knife.
Mrs. Gare says you've a whetstone out here. Can I get you to sharpen my knife for me, Mr. Gare?
Of course. Just a moment.
What's that you're doing?
Oh, I'm trying to mend this old bear trap.
Oh, are you a trapper, Mr. Gare?
Oh, no. Hardly. There's a coyote around that's been stealing the chickens. I'm hoping to catch him. There. Now then. Have the knife.
What do you do, Mr. Gare?
Well, Jenny, Mrs. Gare was a concert pianist at the time of our marriage. I was a manager. Now I take care of her properties. Holdings, investments, you know.
You mean you sign things for her, like checks and papers and things?
Arbiter, yes, that's part of it.
Pretty soft for you. Huh, Mr. Gare?
Oh, on the contrary, it's quite a job. Keeps me busy.
I still say you've got a pretty setup. But she didn't get such a bad deal herself. She's crazy in love with you. Anybody can see that. Why not? You're good looking, Mr. Gare. And young. You must be at least 12 years younger than she is.
Now, here's your knife, Jenny. Careful now. It's like a razor.
Thanks a lot. That's the way I want it. I can't stand a dull knife. So, I'll probably bother you often.
A few more days went by. I finished my trap and set it out near the chicken run, hoping I'd catch my thief. And one night after dinner, we were in the living room. What's the matter, Helen?
Who's it, that girl? She was standing there in the dining room door listening.
Jenny? Well, she probably likes music. What's the harm?
Oh, it isn't that. She's always listening and watching. It's beginning to get on my nerves.
How about her work?
Oh, well, she works hard enough. She's willing, clean as a pin, but... Well, I have a feeling she doesn't respect me, that I just don't figure in her scheme of things. She's just simply taken the place over. I don't even run my own house anymore.
Well, fire her, or why don't you?
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Say the word and I'll do it for you.
No, I don't want you to. Steve, frankly, I'd be afraid to tell her to go. She might get ugly and set fire to the house or something.
Oh, I never heard such nonsense in my life. What ails you, Helen? Aren't you well?
I'm just terribly nervous, Steve. Maybe that's why she takes advantage.
Well, that settled that. I felt like a heel, though, because I was relieved that Helen didn't want to fire Jenny. I was obliged to admit to myself that the girl was getting under my skin. Any little service she had to perform for me, she made very special, standing as close as she dared. I could feel the magnetism of that strong, perfect body. Her hair smelled like new apples, and those clear green eyes would linger caressingly in mine. Then after about 2 weeks, one night, it must have been 1 or 2 o'clock.
Steve, wake up.
What's the matter?
That girl. I think she's out there in the hallway. I think she's been in this room.
Oh, Helen.
I'm frightened, Steve. Please make a light.
Oh, all right. No one around, Helen. You must have been dreaming, dear.
Oh, perhaps I was. I dream about her often, Steve. Horrid, confused kind of dreams. I'm trying to scream for help and can't. It's just...
Oh, good Lord, Helen. I never thought anybody could get you down. You've got to control yourself somehow. This is just plain silly.
Yes.
I turned out the light and got back into bed. In a little while, I could hear Helen's even breathing and knew she was asleep. I lay there, thinking. About Jenny, of course. I never thought of much else. In a moment, I heard the piano. So faint, I thought I was imagining it. And it came again. Weird. Ghostly. I got up again, put on my robe, and slipped downstairs. The living room was dark except for the moonlight pouring through the window. And Jenny's figure, black against the light, was moving towards me. Almost before I knew it, she'd pressed close against me, crushing her mouth to mine. It was like being stung. Sharp, sweet, terrible. Jenny, what is this?
Don't kid me. You knew this was coming, that it had to come, that nothing could keep us apart. Now, everything's going to be all right.
But Jenny, we can't. Helen is no fool.
We can't let her stand in our way.
What do you mean?
It won't be hard. Just a matter of figuring the best way.
I don't know what you mean, Jenny. And we can't stay here talking like this any longer.
It'll be just you and me, Steve. And all that money. Think what we can do with it. Just think.
Are you crazy?
Yeah. Crazy for you. Just like you are for me. Listen, Steve. Inside of 5 or 6 years, you're going to be stuck with a deaf old woman. What you going to do? Sit here and grow old with her? Not you. Sooner or later, you'll clear out. So why not now? With me.
Why, that's so simple as you make it sound, my dear.
All you have to do is to spread around the town that Helen's going to visit her folks. Mississippi or someplace. And leave her to me. Afterwards, you can say your wife decided to stay down south. That you're going to sell out and join them. Then we can turn everything into cash and we're on our way. Easy?
The next few days I worked outside till my hands bled and my whole body shrieked with pain. To keep from thinking, I began having nightmares. I'd wake up in a cold sweat and lie there longing for daylight, swearing that as soon as morning came, I'd throw that girl out of the house. But she'd brush against me or touch my hand, and I'd be wild for her again. I guess I knew then that sooner or later I'd agree to nearly anything she asked.
Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Gregory Peck in The Lonely Road by Marion Orr. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Now, Roma Wines brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Gregory Peck, who as Stephen Gare in The Lonely Road continues a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Helen began to get on my nerves. It seemed that every day she looked older, washed out, became deffer. I began to despise her, to want her out of my way, out of Jenny's in my way. One morning at breakfast, Jenny came in and stood there looking at me fixedly.
Well, Jenny, what is it?
If you're going to town today, Mr. Gare, I've written down some things for the house.
Very well, Jenny. If your list's ready, give it to me. I'll be leaving in a few minutes. I knew what she meant. She was getting impatient. A reply, which she waited for with those green eyes fixed on mine, was virtually a consent to her plan. As for me, I wasn't sure what I meant to do, but I thought it would do no harm, at least, to set the ball rolling. In town, I dropped into the garage and asked the mechanic to look the car over. I said Mrs. Gare was planning a trip to visit her family in Mississippi, that I'd have to drive her into Tucson to take the train, and that my tires weren't so good. After that, I stopped at the realty office.
Really, Mr. Gare, you're thinking of selling that beautiful place of yours?
Oh, it's just a possibility. I don't want any prospective buyers about the places yet. But my wife is planning a trip south, and I may follow her and remain there permanently. Help's such a problem. A place of ours takes a lot of handling. Fellow gets fed up after a while.
Well, there'd be no difficulty disposing of the property, Mr. Gare. Well, just let me know when you're ready. Meanwhile, I won't bother you with people coming.
I drove home in a sort of trance. I wasn't shocked at what I'd done, and the thing was still wide open if I wanted to back out. When I got home, I didn't want to go into the house. So far, I'd had no luck with the coyote, so I busied myself setting the trap in another spot. While I was doing this, Jenny came out with that butcher knife again, and we went into the garage. Helen was at the piano.
Did you do what I told you to, Steve?
Yes.
Good. I can't stand this much longer.
All right, Jenny. But I can't bear to be here when...
Kiss me, Steve. Don't worry. It'll be when you're out of the house.
She didn't say any more, just looked at me with a twisted little smile. I gave her the sharpened knife, and she kissed me and went into the house. At dinner that night, Helen...
I had words with Jenny today, Steve. I can't have her around any longer. You can fire her tonight if you will.
What? Oh, no, my dear. I offered to do it once and you wouldn't let me. Now you'll just have to do it yourself.
Steve, I'm afraid of her terribly.
Why, has she been ugly, threatening?
Oh, don't shout so, Steve. I'm not as deaf as all that. And she'll hear you. No, she hasn't threatened me, nothing like that. There's just something about her that fills me with horror.
Oh, you're imagining things, Helen. What possible reason could she have for harming you?
I don't know, but this house has become a dreadful place. I'm cold all the time, and I'm shaky, and you seem different. You look at me sometimes as if you hate me.
Now, see here.
Don't try to reason with me. If she doesn't get out of this house quick, I'll lose my mind. She's like a witch or something malignant or evil.
Jenny came in just then to change the plates for dessert. As she bent over to take the platter, she held that knife in her hand in such a way that my blood ran cold for a minute. After she'd gone out.
You haven't noticed it, but I haven't taken a mouthful of food until I've seen you start to eat for fear she'll poison me.
That's ridiculous. Why shouldn't she poison me as well?
Because she's crazy about you.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And you're crazy about her. Don't deny it, Steve. I may be deaf, but I'm not blind, you know.
Look, Helen, I'm going into town for a drive. If you want to fire Jenny while I'm gone, that's all right with me. I tried not to dwell on the immediate events, but to think about the time when I'd be free to go away with Jenny. The drive into town seemed endless, but at last I pulled up and...
Good evening, Mr. Gare. Come for the papers?
Yes, and a cigar maybe, Fred. I looked around the little lobby. There wasn't a soul in there that I knew. I watched the people. 1 minute feeling sorry for them because their lives were so drab. The next envying them because they were so secure, simple. I was sitting there staring unseeingly at the local paper when I suddenly came out of this trance or spell that I'd been under. The shock of realization was frightful. I didn't want anything to happen to Helen. I'd get home in time. I kept recalling similar instances of such crimes I'd read in newspapers. I'd always wondered how people could become involved in such things. Well, I knew all about it now. Weak fool to let a coarse creature like that lead me into such a thing. If only I could be in time. I'd throw that girl out and devote the rest of my life to making Helen happy. Helen, generous, loving, intelligent, and talented. Why hadn't I thought of all this before? Then I saw the car. Parked at the side of the highway right at my turnoff. I knew it was a police car. I cursed to myself and prayed. Don't let them take long. I've got to be in time for Helen. Please. An officer stepped out into the road and waved his flash. Please, I said to myself. Please.
Hello.
What's up, officer?
Oh, looking for a stolen car, but not a baby like that one.
A local car, was it?
Yeah. Hey, you better let me have a look at your operator's card, my friend. You must have been doing about 80 along that stretch.
Oh, sure. Here you are, officer. I'm sorry I was overdoing it. I was just in town, and I guess I stayed longer than I intended. My wife's alone in the house and not very well, and I was in a hurry to get home.
You live down this road?
That's right.
Say, maybe that car could have got down in there. I think I'll...
No. I would have seen it.
Okay, Mr. Gare. Just take it easy, will you?
Certainly will, officer. And thanks. Good night. I didn't know what to do. I stood there in the doorway, looking up. There was a light upstairs in the window of our bedroom. It threw a radiance on the screen door and burned with a steady glow, as if it had been burning like that for ages. As if it had witnessed the scene of horror, then brooded over it, keeping the secret to itself. When I started finally for the house, my legs were so stiff I could scarcely walk. I stayed off the gravel, walking on the grass, and went in the back door. There wasn't a sound. I tiptoed through the kitchen, through the dining room, across the hall. Then I could see the light from that lamp spilling down the stairway at the far end of the dark living room. My heart thumped so loud I could hear it. I wanted to call out, but I didn't dare. Whom would I call? Perhaps everything was all right. Perhaps Helen was up there in bed. How I prayed she was. I hesitated on the threshold, thought of glancing into Jenny's room, but that would have looked queer if nothing had happened. I stepped over the threshold. Ah! It was that trap, that bear trap. Somebody had placed it there, ready for me. Who? The pain was excruciating. I wrenched and pulled at the thing. Helen! Jenny, somebody! Someone give me a hand. Oh! Who is it? Oh, help me. Help me, hurry. I'm caught in this trap. Get the hammer, pliers, anything. She reached the bottom of the stairs and snapped on the lights. I've never seen such a sight in my life. There was blood all over the place. On the wallpaper, the white paint. Then I saw Jenny, lying on the floor in a crumpled heap, her long braids soaking in Helen's dress. Her hands and face were spattered with it. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes like pinpoints of fire. And against her side I could see the gleam of that long, sharp knife. She was coming slowly towards me. Oh, we were beautifully caught, Jenny and I. She with her knife, I with my trap. Helen, look like that. What's happened?
You planned this together, you two. But it didn't turn out just as you thought it might.
Helen, please don't look at me like that.
Well, there she is. Look at her. If I hadn't been ready for her, I'd be lying in her place, and you'd be glad, wouldn't you, Steve?
No. Helen, are you insane? Drop that knife, for heaven's sake. Listen to me. She came closer. I made a lunge for her. With the grip of that steel about my leg, threw me off balance, and I fell forward. She sprang on me. I fought her off, but that knife came at me. Face, throat, everywhere like flashes of lightning. Helen, don't do this to me. I swear I came back. Ah! Helen, don't! No! Well, Lieutenant, that police car arrived in time to save my life. But I wish they'd let us finish the job. Then and there.
Okay, Gare. Okay, thanks. I'll send the doc right in. And, Gare, I wouldn't worry too much about Helen. I think she'll be all right.
Suspense, presented by Roma Wine, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Before we hear again from Gregory Peck, the star of The Lonely Road, tonight's suspense play, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wine. Here's how millions of American homemakers are relieving the monotony of meatless Lenten meals. They are adding zest and freshness to otherwise drab menus by serving a fine Roma table wine. Yes, Roma wine makes the difference between just eating and friendly, enjoyable dining. Try serving Roma California Sauterne with your favorite fish tomorrow. Discover how delicate, pale gold Roma Sauterne lends enchanting new charm and companionship to your table. How Roma's delightful fragrance and smooth, palatable goodness make dining more pleasureful. With baked beans or spaghetti, serve full-bodied, red Roma California Burgundy. They're perfect flavor mix. Tomorrow, Friday, make dinner a treat with Roma wine. Roma wines cost but pennies a glass. So little, everyone can enjoy them often. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wine. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Gregory Peck. Like everyone else here in the film colony, I've always admired Suspense, and it's been very exciting to appear here tonight. I want to thank Maria Palmer, who appeared as Jenny, and Kathy Lewis, who enacted the role of Helen in tonight's play. Next Thursday on Suspense, a very famous character of crime fiction will make his debut on the air. That'll be Baynard Kendrick's remarkable blind detective, Captain Duncan McLean. And Brian Donlevy will play Captain McLean in a radio play built around one of the most ingenious and cunning murders I've ever heard about. I'll surely be listening, and I know you will want to listen next Thursday to Suspense.
Gregory Peck will soon be seen as star of The Yearling, produced by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Mr. Brian Dunleavy as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Suspense is broadcast from coast to coast and to our men and women of the armed forces overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.